Captain, if you would present a log, please.
Why, yes, I would love to. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Captain's log, stardate 60075.2. The Achilles is currently 2 hours away from the Prashu system on a mission of aid, but also on a mission of trying to gain some more diplomatic footing in the area. From our discussions with the Chancellor of the Tripolity, the people of this sector have been discouraged from speaking to Starfleet, so this will be a good starting point for us to improve relations and hopefully cure what ails them. Hopefully within the next 2 hours we will have our preparations completed, but we shall see. End log.
And Ven is on note-taking duty because science department's kind of working in tandem with medical to get ready, as various supply ships are trying to meet you halfway and give you information, so you're not just completely empty-handed. But yeah, all of you are gathering in the conference room just below the main deck.
Well, I guess I'm gonna take my seat. Eeny, meeny, miny. There.
I'll head out with a couple of pads in hand.
What is Cadet Ven doing?
Presumably, hang on. Ven is probably going to come in, and he probably has a lot of pads because he's had to do a lot of last-minute research on this topic in order to bring himself up to speed.
Cadet, want to take a seat?
Yes. And he's in such a rush to just get straight to a seat that he doesn't realize that he is sat right next to the captain.
So, Commander, would you like to start the meeting?
Very well, sir. You'll know the basics of our mission. We'll be arriving to provide medical aid within the next few hours. Beaming down to the planet is at Captain's discretion. We want to evaluate precisely what's going on the planet, though, before we risk beaming any sort of contaminant back to the ship. What else do we have, actually? It's of importance. It's brief.
Well, you guys have had at least some 7 days of flight time there. So anyone can feel free to do a roll to have done what little research they could on the Star Cluster.
Sure.
What sort of things are you reading up on, or try to read up on? Better way to put it.
I'll go for what's their political and general layout of their
Where are we
society.
going?
Prashu.
Into the Gok star cluster. I'll bring up on sector map for those following along. Up this way. These collected star systems are the Gok star cluster.
Okay.
They're not a formal union per se, but that's what this difficulty will discover.
Got it.
Computers plus Commander Con. Reason plus Commander Con. Difficulty 3, assisted by computers plus Commander Con.
This is a decent roll for me. Huzzah! With mental imaging, I get a free reroll. It's reason. Will you allow the focus in mental prowess?
Sure.
And I shall give you a threat for a third die.
Okay.
So I've got 2 rerolls on this. Computers, command. Gain 3.
You were able to discern from what intelligence that you were shared with by the Chancellor of the Tripolity, as she shared some information with her talks to the Admiral, which are still ongoing. She hasn't left the starbase. She hasn't left starbase yet to head toward Romulan space. But she was able to share that the Gok Star Cluster is a non-charismatic oligarchic trade federation. So there used to be a charismatic dictator that dominated these stars, a sort of pirate king that ruled over the stars. At some point, the Tripolity decided to inject some strategic and tactical advice into the resistance, and that's when the agricultural traders of the world basically overthrew the dictatorship and then installed a new sort of trade federation among the various food producers on the various stars. Quote, to ensure we all are fed and our trade with outsiders is maintained to our mutual benefit. So heavily based on food and trade, but they do trade with aliens. They technologically are stunted by the fact that they were so busy being oppressed that they never really got to progress anywhere. And the pirate kings never really went beyond the star cluster. So, because such a trip would have been a long journey for their low tech warp systems. We were talking like warp 1, warp 5 at best. That's still a long journey, whereas you could just stay in this little cluster and you can be immediately in power. So they also have some influence culturally with they have a cultural connection with Flupo down. Oops, I grabbed you. I meant to use my arrows. Down here. They seem to have cultural influences regarding religion. So they have similar cultural ties in the sense of I could find the damn thing. A sort of monolateral religious view of there's a sort of pantheon of Flupo the Free and their cohort of rivals and friends. Sort of grand tales they tell of ancient space farers who did various things. On the world of Flupo, it's a matter of faith. It's central to their culture. To the star cluster, it's a cool story, probably myth, probably not real, but they have this discovery mentality about them that I should be like that. I should be like Flupo. I should be willing to do what it takes to get what I need and fight for my friends. That sort of thing. Beyond that, the Tripolity can tell you the Chancellor would have been able to tell you that the Tripolity has not installed them in. That's not really their goal currently. They didn't bring them into the fold of the Tripolity, mainly because they don't have a military much to speak of. But they wanted to. Some of their forces wanted to assist them because they don't really. it's one thing to be militaristic, it's one thing to be authoritarian, but it's a whole other thing when it's tyranny, and they don't appreciate tyranny or enslavement. So they gave the slaves the means to free themselves. Is the way she puts it. What actually happened, who knows? Because you weren't there, but that's what you were able to get, what they were able to get out of her, and what you were able to get out of Starfleet.
Sweet.
Who else has questions and research they would have done over the week? If any.
Security hazards.
Reason
If
security
this-
difficulty 3, assisted by computers plus security.
Who's like, oh, there's these guys are somewhat around the area in terms of a fleet or whatever, or anything. We don't know
Mhm.
anything at all. Investigative techniques focus.
Yes.
Give you a threat.
Trey.
Huh.
This book. So flipping back to the sector map once again. So there are 4 powers that are close to, well, and a fifth influence on these stars. The obvious power is you guys, the Federation. Federation hasn't really gotten to talk to these guys. They were mostly there's relations going on up here and here, but these stars were largely not pushing out because the exploration sector is Epsilon. So it's anything that was coming out of here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't really looking all the way up here until you were told about it. So Federation, there are some Federation freighters and stuff out this way, but there's not a ton of trade. It's very sporadic because these are mainly just member worlds. So Starfleet goes out and says, hi, do you need anything? And then yes, no. If yes, here's something. If no, okay, have a nice day. And they go away. So Federation hasn't really looked this way. There is the Udratha further south. Oops, I keep wanting to use the arrow thing. I keep grabbing the ship. So there's the Udratha down this way. They do have ships, but they're very, very, very slow. So if they wanted to come up, the closest they get to is to the Stukoi system. You did not notice they were mobilizing any of their forces coreward. Mainly, they stick to their own star, their 2 stars. They're very isolated that way. But you're aware of them. They do have a fleet. If it did show up, it'd be annoying if they showed up and they were messing around when they didn't have to. There is the Kuwaksa, a very spiritual people who venerate the Great Storm next to them. They do have the technology actually to come up and possibly interfere with the Gok Star Cluster. According to some preliminary reports from the Lighten, they have discerned that there have been missionary ships that have been sent abroad to spread the word of the storm and calm. They don't know where exactly. They're still figuring that out. These ships, from what they can tell, their intelligence tells them that they're looking at freighters, like nothing big, no big cruiser or nothing heavily armed. They do have heavily armed ships, but it's mainly to protect their worlds, not to go on expeditions.
Mm-hmm.
The last faction that could possibly influence is the newly discovered one by the Klingons, the Chusco Progressive, a sort of socially progressive government that had a social revolution recently in their government that basically allowed them to they basically shifted into a full participating democracy. So basically every citizen gets to vote, and they use subspace communicators to do that. So everyone's voting and everyone gets to get feedback or gets to get experts and stuff. So as a polity, they're actually quite big and they have a variety of resources, but they only just got into Warp 1 type technology. Like they're they're like Birth of the Federation type era stuff. Could they expand out this way? They could, and they have expanded before. Like their core systems used to be just here, but then they expanded out this way, and that's when they started colonizing new worlds. So the idea was to hopefully colonize like these worlds, but then they ran into the Klingons and these guys. So there could be expedition ships that head out this way, but the Klingons haven't really told you, don't really know the ins and outs of their fleet movements. But if they did, they'd be super slow. So if they could have been sent years ago and then pop in like here, here, or here.
So potential, but unlikely.
Potential, but unlikely. As for this star system, their ships are the most immediate possible danger to the ship. Now, the pirates have been... The era of piracy and privateering is gone. It's something that's anathema to them now. So as a culture group, there are pirates, but they're minimal. They don't have huge bands like squadrons or fleets of pirate ships. You might find one or two pirates who are eking out in existence among a star system, a star cluster that's super hostile to them and are allied together. If not under one government, but at the very least, they are allied under the auspice of, if we find a pirate, no one's letting them have safe haven. We will repel you. And their ships don't get any larger than scale 4 or scale 3. They do use fighters to as a sort of star defense system, like for defensive measures. They don't sally them out. But if they send out cruisers, they're very tiny, very, very tiny cruisers. Corvettes is probably a probably more accurate term. In theory, they might have the capacity to build a cruiser. If they have, you haven't seen it yet or heard a report about it. But doing some quick Romulan math, if they really wanted to, they could build a cruiser. With how much tech, who knows? Because it depends how much the Tripolity told them. That's kind of the problem with breaking the Prime Directive. I mean, the Romulans don't care as much, but that's the problem with breaking Prime Directive. It makes the growth structure of a system, of a government or people unstable. So you don't know what parts they're going to get good at and what parts they're going to suck at. Rather than a natural, or even the Romulans go like, well, even if we violate the Federation's vaunted Prime Directive, we control exactly how much you grow. Same with the Klingons. We control exactly how much you grow, so there isn't that weird fluctuation moment. Whereas Federation makes sure, okay, are you free to learn everything? Cool. Here's a bunch of teachers, here's some tech. We'll help you. These guys are kind of just doing it themselves, and the Tripolity is not a Federation system, so they kind of left them to their own devices with this tech and knowledge. So
we'll find out.
You'll find out. You're looking at polarized hulls. If they build a cruiser, it could have shields. Like they have the technology. It's just the cost of building it. And they don't have a unified government to quickly build things. Merchants for the most part. And actually, one big thing, sorry, I almost forgot. There is quite a few Ferengi marauders that have been coming in and out of the region, trading. And one particular security arrangement you are now aware of. That was... I will send that to you, and you can determine whether or not you wish to share that. But you do know that your CO and EXO would already know this, but you found this out because you were looking into it. And you got a reply back from Starfleet Security going, hey, since you're asking, you might want to know about this.
Is it about the raid?
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, she made one monster. Okay. Okay.
Doctor, are you with us?
It's not our problem till it's our problem.
I am driving, but I am listening.
Okay. They're currently at a conference. You're about 6 or so hours away from the system, the Prashu system. People are basically doing rolls to see what they did in the last week as they're preparing for the meeting. Cobalt on the map because she'll be able to at least overhear conversation.
Question: with us knowing specifically we're going on a medical aid / diplomatic mission, would I have been able to request some extra medical personnel?
You could, in theory, yeah.
Like to assist, like we do with like medical staff or like security teams, like just to a slightly better one for the medical department for this session, kind of.
You wouldn't be able to, due to the low medical score of your ship, you wouldn't be able to support any further personnel. Plus, the nearest ship that could assist you is too far away. But you can essentially have a role that makes any aftercare a lot easier because you'll basically put a bulletin out to Starfleet Medical saying, hey, you should send a hospital ship out here. We're doing the preliminary stuff, but you guys really should come here and finish the job.
Okay.
I know we've done in the past where we've converted one of the cargo bays into makeshift triage.
You could do that. What I would do is that in that way you could basically temporarily increase your medical department, but it'd be at the expense of a different department. So another department would lose space, so you get space.
Well, I mean, I reckon for this session we could probably do that and temporarily drop security from medicine.
Yeah.
Because even with full security, I'm still pretty sure we could handle most things that turn up.
No.
And that also kind of fits in because I was going to ask Arlen and Zeph to spend some time fabricating medical equipment, tents, stuff that we need to separate and for keep things sterilized.
To make the changeover, it would be control engineering or medicine, difficulty 3, assisted by structures engineering or medicine, complication range 2.
I would give somebody permission to roll for me if they
Sure.
wanted me to lead that.
Okay.
I have a control engineering of 15. Not sure if I would have a focus. Starfleet protocols? Protocols are switching over?
I'd have to say no. This is a non-standard procedure.
For Kaval, would either emergency medicine or disaster medicine kick in?
Disaster medicine would kick in.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing there.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
You can take the lead. I'll assist.
And then I don't know if it applies now, but I think I have field medicine that makes it so that having substandard equipment doesn't hinder the care I provide.
Yes, if you're in the field, you don't need as many things.
Yeah.
Wouldn't help you with the changeover at this point, but it could help you later once you're on the ground.
Okay. I was trying to remember what's on my thing
Yeah.
without being able to look at it.
You've got bold medicine.
Yeah.
So probably just spend one for the reroll.
Yeah. It's comp 2, you said?
Yes.
What's the difficulty?
3.
3.
3. Okay.
So here is Kaval.
Holy shit.
Absolute whiff.
That is two
Yeah.
complications on 19 and 117. What the fuck?
Pen, that's an efforts
So you
roll.
could re-roll one, and then we can spend my determination.
You could use determination first.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you wanted
Oh, fuck.
determination first, because then you still have the reroll.
You've got veteran too. It might work out.
Would you accept mission directive?
Which one?
Let me go over the mission directives.
Probably directive 2.
Restore the Achilles to duty ready?
Wait, no, those aren't our
Refresh
directives.
your page.
Directive 2 is provide medical assistance to the Star Cluster.
What are you looking at?
Mission directives U.S.S. Achilles.
Yeah,
Refresh your page.
I can see that.
No, mine's not updated.
Yes, you've got to refresh your roll 20.
You have to close that. You have to close that window and then open it up again, because it doesn't live update if I change something.
Yeah, I have been. Oh fuck! I'm gonna reload roll 20
Yep.
Yep.
because I was gonna get Zeph to assist as well.
Actually, have you turned it on and off again?
Would directive 2 apply there?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
So we're not
Of course.
restoring the Achilles.
This is kind of the opposite
After
of
all
restoring.
the work I put in, and the Achilles better well be fucking working.
Hey, I helped quite a lot actually.
Your while you're reloading, Pend, I'll get that reroll.
Nice. Let's see if you can not
3.
twice. There
There
we
we
go.
go.
Oh, now it's updated.
There,
question
well, you
is,
crit it
does
in the
the
good
vet-
way.
Yeah, let's do the veteran check, shall we? You want to hit that?
Sure.
Shall I hit that and see if my luck carries over
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. Wait, you do that. You're the lucky one.
with veteran? Oh, look at that! You keep
Yeah,
it.
there you go.
Hey!
So
Blessed you.
so does Arlen want to assist? Because I was gonna get Zeph to do it with his structural engineering and fabrication.
I could assist. And if I assist, could I do another roll, or
Yeah, you
is
can.
this like my whole roll for the week? All right.
You're...
I will definitely assist with this.
Yikes!
I don't know.
My whole roll for the week. Okay, I see how it is.
I think they mean for the prep before we get there, but you
The
know.
prep before we get there. Yeah.
That did sound far worse.
But it sound like
You're
that.
throwing some hard shade on me there. Well, I get my one roll
What?
of the week. Screw you, GM.
I know my GM's a dick, but I'm gonna get my one roll in early.
Oh god! I was like,
Holy
oh,
Ow.
Oh,
Feeling spicy today, aren't we?
woo! No,
God,
but I
I'm
get
gonna
what you mean
die
now.
later, I
Jeez.
just know it.
All right, so yeah, no,
we can
you'd
arrange
be able
that.
to do other stuff, sure.
All right.
God, whiff.
And for Zeph, would you allow fabrication and structural engineering?
I have to find his bloody thing. There he is. Would I allow? Oh, you're saying them like they're the same thing. I
Oh
was
yeah,
like, "The hell are you
fabrication
talking
or structural engineering, please.
about?" No, because you said please.
Well,
Winners
fuck you
don't say
then.
please. But structural engineering would apply.
So on a diff 3, we got free float. Oh no, and the ship. Which
And the
is
ship, yep.
structure engineering. Which is actually a decent roll.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
That's 5 float.
Very
Alright.
well. So your security temp down to 4, medicine temp up to 2. For each 2 additional momentum you spend, you can further the shift.
I'd say 3 and 3 would be fine.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I'll just edit it on the sheet quickly.
And this is just for the mission?
Because you're taking down walls, moving stuff around. Security has less room to work with, but medical has way more room than they normally do.
Mm.
Actually, and even at that point, you're starting to like grab security personnel and go, "All right, here's a med kit. Stand over there. I know you're
Oh.
first aid trained. That's good enough."
Yeah.
Oh.
My combat medics are now just being used as regular medics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, security
Uh,
is probably the department that has the next most medical personnel, honestly.
Be advised, the Admiral focus for this mission is negotiation.
It's been said that security basically doubles as a fill-in section as well.
Yeah,
Doctor, just so you're aware, you have 3 bonus momentum left on the table. Are there any questions or other advantage you would like to install?
We're going to treat, it's like an outbreak, right?
Yeah, it's a interstellar breakout of a disease.
Quarantine facility?
Yeah, would it be possible to, like, make sure that the extra space is designed to deal with that sort of medical quarantine?
You certainly could. For 2 momentum, you could have that. You could have pre-installed quarantine spaces.
Yeah, let's do that. I think that's probably a good plan.
You have 1 float left. Any questions or any other advantage you wish to create? Or are you good?
There's an advantage I can think of.
Yeah, I'm open.
Considering we're doing this with so much time beforehand, could we spend that and 1 more to create the advantage of, while we're getting all of this ready, we're able to get enough spare equipment prepared, so if we suddenly need something we didn't think of earlier, it reduces the cost to get it?
What I would do is for those 2, what's it called? You would basically be granting yourself the well-supplied ability for this mission.
Like from the
basically-
shuttles.
Yep. But instead of insight engineering, maybe insight medicine. Well-supplied medical. So basically, if you're trying to grab any medical supply, instead of paying the cost, you could roll and see if it's just in extra storage. Like you might have it already pre-packed and ready to go.
I'd go for that because we don't know exactly what we're going to need, and if we can just make a quick roll to find it.
Sounds good to me.
Any other preparations that the senior staff wishes to do during the week before you start your meeting proper? I'm presuming that as these roles, you're also reporting to each other what you've been doing the last week. Oh, here's what my department's been doing. Yeah.
Yep.
I would assume that I need permission from Penn to do this. So,
Yeah, I don't see any reason why Penn would say, no, you're not allowed to create extra medical room to solve the issue we're here to do.
no, but I can't imagine he'd be very happy if I just, like, started moving stuff.
Maybe not overly pleased, but it's not like he won't understand. It's like, oh, you're just doing it without me asking. Okay, sure.
Why do I have less torpedoes all of a sudden? Oh, we just tossed them out back. They were getting in the way. You don't mind, do you?
I mean, I don't, but I reckon the Admiralty might have an issue.
Yeah. Oh no. Traffic is backed up so far.
Oof.
So it'll be a long road.
So,
Stush.
with that joke,
Yeah.
what is engineering doing for the week?
Oh no, he's not doing anything. He's had his role for the fucking week.
But no, in all seriousness, what is Arlen's department up to? Or what was his department up to beyond
one-
assisting medical?
One thing I would want to do is if we're planning on going to the planet and setting up planet-side facilities, I would want to double check to see if there'd be any difficulty in interfacing our technology with their technology. Like, are they using a different power phase that we need to account for? Is there weird energy fields we need to account for?
Reason plus engineering, difficulty 3, assisted by computers plus engineering, as you read over what the Chancellor of the Tripolity was willing to share. Actually, difficulty 2, because the information would be a lot. She would, if anything, she'd know a lot about. She would have detailed essays on their engineering abilities.
All right, Div 2.
It's like, yeah, they have medical. Here's their government, I guess. Oh, by the way, here's their engineering stuff. Oh God, we don't need to know this.
I do.
Yeah.
One threat and focus in technical insights.
I'll take that. And the 1 threat. Boop, boop.
No, let's fish.
Oopsie,
Actually,
I
never mind.
clicked
Let's not fish because that'll put us at cap. So.
Oh, I've just gone over the mission directives. We're going to have to make a different type of advantage in a second.
Arlen, you are able to discern that your shoes are untied. Wait, your shoes don't come with laces. Never mind.
No,
Techno
we have power laces.
power laces.
Knowing Arlen, he probably did that at least 3 times as a teenager.
So their tech level is very primitive, but they are interstellar. Very early in the interstellar, we're talking warp 1, at best warp 5 on a good day. However, they do have a great mastery over any technology related to food. So all their technology is focused. Their best of technology. If interstellar wise, they're at early. Agriculturally, they're at Federation standard. They're actually making an incredible amount of food. What tech they do get is usually tradable, which means that they've actually gotten used to dealing with not so much the Federation because they've been actively told to avoid you guys. But they have interacted with Ferengi, they've been interacted with the Tripolity. So even though their tech's pretty primitive and that may cause complications, they won't be completely blindsided by your tech. They'll have a rough understanding of what you're talking about. Like they know what a plasma injector is. It's just that their plasma injectors are like 100 years out of date or more. But they're plasma injectors. They just take twice the space and are way less efficient. That sort of thing.
Okay.
Yep. That's what I can tell you.
Could there be any other advantages that you would like me to work on, Captain?
Well, there's the advantage of we're going to have to beam all of this down to the surface.
I can start working on that.
So if you want to work with Katal, and yeah, because let's not bring the unidentified disease / virus up to the ship. Let's beam down pre-built fabrications of medical tents and equipment.
Okay, so let's go create the advantage of pre-arranged transport schedules and transport protocols to beam and set up the planet side camp.
Control plus engineering, difficulty 3, assisted by structure plus engineering. As you get the relevant materials set up.
Yeah, and I'll get Katal to assist because he's our transport chief.
Yep.
Also, because he has constant presence, doesn't cost crew activation.
Nice.
Noise. Technical insight or tinkering to try to get this program just right.
Say again, sorry?
Tinkering, aim focus to
Yes, sorry.
trial and error, try to figure out the best possible
Yes. Yes.
arrangement.
Yes.
And with that in mind, trait of limit
Yes.
pusher to reduce the difficulty.
What was that thing I talked over rather rudely?
The trait of limit pusher to reduce the difficulty.
Yes.
Huzzah. Take
You
your
were right
photo.
the first time.
Okay, with Katal, would you allow the focus in transporters?
Yes.
Here's a question. The talent of transporter chief. It does not state he has to be the lead role. So, am I able to give you 2 threat to reduce the difficulty by 2?
The thing that limits you is when you attempt a task. That means you're the lead role.
Oh, okay.
The wording would need to be when you assist.
Right, okay. But that's specifically why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because if that was just an assist, that's still a very stupid thing to have available. And the ship is structure engineering. So how much did you reduce it by, Alan?
By 1.
By 1, so it's a diff
Reduced
2,
by
we
1.
gain 3.
Amazing.
Woohoo.
Yeah, I'm happy I actually went in and read all of the mission directives because we nearly missed that one.
Advantage, prearranged transport timetables for beaming down a prefab medical outpost.
Click on Directive 3.
Yeah, Directive 3.
I mentioned that at the start of the briefing.
I missed it because I was having to reload because it didn't update for me.
Yeah,
All right, so we have 3 float. Let's create. Let's create a one advantage of as we're transporting any people, it'll instantly do a bioscan on them and tag them for or possible infection. And if they're infected, their beam will be redirected to a quarantine zone.
Sure.
A pre-designated quarantine zone as adjudicated by our chief medical officer.
There's one bonus floating out there. Do you let it fly?
Another advantage is to increase the quality of the pre-arrangement.
Sure. So this quality 1. Any other preparations you all do?
Nothing from Thralic.
Anything from science?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Maybe
Maybe
modify sensor protocols.
Do what?
I don't know, to assist in...
assist in planetary triage, perhaps. Be able to once we've identified the pathogen, be able to scan for where it's most prevalent.
Yeah.
Kind of like tying it into medicine.
Ooh, wait, no. I got the good techno babble. Atmospheric vector analysis.
You're looking at control science, difficulty 3, assisted by computers plus science. To have that set up, cadet.
Yeah. I am going to spend a momentum.
Whoa, how dare you?
Not the momentum. You need that.
Sensor operations focus.
Yep.
Yay.
Do you need any assistance? Or are you happy?
I think I'll be fine. I think I can hit this one.
That sounded well.
Wait, the ship. Ship could still crit. Nah.
Hey, Cadet, would you like this to be a teaching moment?
I think I'm good. I'd rather save that.
Don't you need to be given a determination to finally finish your stuff?
I think I'm fine for now.
Yeah, you tried to do what you could, but there's a lot of variables you'd have to account for, and the science department hasn't been able to hammer down exactly what predictives you need.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even at the planet yet. Trying to work out a atmospheric disease vector algorithm, like, without even getting a look at the planet itself, probably not my smartest move.
Sounds like excuses, Cadet.
Any other preparations at this time?
Can we get any information on their leaders? Specifically, the leader of the world we're going to, or collective leaders?
For one momentum, I'm willing to let you obtain some information on that.
Sure.
So each world kind of is self-governed by a board of agriculturalists, a farmers board, if you will, and each of them, if it's something that only concerns one world, then the board of that planet, basically the lead farmer of the various fields and such, they'll vote on what they think should be the best call. The general populace doesn't vote on that. They don't have a particular leader because they're very opposed to any idea of an executive, because that reminds them too much of the pirate kings of the past. But given that this is a plague, it's likely that all the boards of the entire star cluster are likely meeting in the Gok star system, basically the de facto capital of the star cluster, even though they kind of still haven't ratified any sort of constitution or charter or any formal commission. If anything, they're more of it is a trade federation. They're all sovereign worlds. Yeah. So each world kind of decides its own fate. If they're deciding something that affects all the systems, then it would go to Gok, and Gok would have to make the call.
Yeah. Well, it was more of a case of just like hammering down. If we had to talk to these people to ask to do something or to gain information, this is the people we talk to, or this is the person, or in this case, we'll probably be meeting a good few of them aboard the planet. So,
Those details were not communicated by the Chancellor. She didn't. She didn't know. She knew what happened, but she wasn't involved in that mission, so she doesn't know the names in particular. She just knows the general brief that all the Tripolity generally knows, but she doesn't know the individuals.
okay,
And Starfleet's never talked to these people, so you can't check anything in Memory Alpha.
that's fine. I think Arlen wants to create some portable power.
If we want to, I was thinking of having an independent power supply inside the encampment on the planet, so we can run off our own power instead of being dependent on the city power, which terrorists might get to.
I will say that a prefab would have a basic power generation unit built into it. That's how prefabs are designed. If you wanted more, you just beam down a bigger battery. And if you're like, no, I need this to be here for like years, okay, then you'd have to beam down like a fusion generator, find a place to put it, and then hook all the prefabs into it.
Yeah, I think that's overkill, but
yeah, definitely another thing you need to do in advance, just because it's like you don't know how much you need, and it's something that's pretty standard. It's just a matter of spending opportunity here, opportunity there to buy the things you need.
Wait, as part of the prefab, do they have transporter pads on the ground?
God, no. Transporters are
No,
very
because
complex things to install and require a lot of power. Usually what you would do if it's a temporary build is you'd bring down enhancers.
Transport enhancers, yeah.
Because the ship's doing the heavy lifting, you're beaming people. But to build a proper pad,
Maybe set up a enhancer pattern to make it easier.
Yeah, do we want to set up a situation where if we need to beam a lot of people up, it'll be easier?
You have already done this. It's your first advantage.
Yeah, the transport one.
Yep.
We've made a lot of advantages.
All right.
Don't worry, I put them in Discord so we don't lose track of them.
Yep. I'm overtaking this. We're good. Let's not over-season the steak.
Yeah, let's probably call it quits for creating advantages.
Just one thought. Do we need specialized gear for the medical staff so that we aren't contaminated?
Isolation gear.
Like
that
PPE and stuff.
One moment. Pardon me. To answer your question, Doctor, PPE that like suits or gloves or special material, I would consider that mission necessary, so you don't have to pay for it. You can't do the mission without the proper protection equipment.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that.
Yep, it's worth pointing out.
I didn't think you were the kind of GM that would do that, but I have had them, so I wanted to make sure.
But yeah, I think we're past the creating advantages stage.
All right, the briefing floor is yours, officers.
So once we get there, and for however long we're going to be there, I think the two main priorities are going to be Lieutenant Koval and others setting up the medical area and starting on that project, and the other would be myself and maybe some other diplomatic staff, maybe even the commander if she's so willing, trying to deal with the planets leadership, hopefully to gain more insight on what the actual disease is, and hopefully to try and make the whole process of what we're doing a lot easier.
Well, nod over to Ben. not say anything to interrupt with it.
Because if we don't ask for their permission to start beaming that stuff down first, we're not going to be doing any of that.
Because it would be a prime directive violation.
So yes, let's. Yeah, that's why I'm specifically saying Jesus Christ.
Yes,
But, no, that's why I'm specifically saying it. It's like, first of all, we have to get in contact, gain their permission, then beam everything down, then get into talks with them. So, we know where Lieutenant Gaval's going to be. I'm probably going to be dealing with the planet leaders. Where do you each see your talents best utilised? And that's open to the room.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna be best used on the ship so I can monitor the wider air situation.
Is that a new guy in the Discord?
Hmm.
This is an admin thing that I just probably got. I think there's a bot in the server.
Yeah, there is. Magel.
That's Hona.
No, that's not your bot, Magel.
The Megalbot.
No, I mean, okay. I'm just going to screenshot this and send it to Cabinion because I'm not going to try and explain it on stream.
Yeah, very good.
Because that's not a bot. That's possibly a really bitter player doing something petty.
If this is concerning what I think it is, I got one too. I'm sending you a screenshot.
How am I an
From
admin?
Razor 9913?
Yep.
Or Hona? Yeah.
Where's this?
I'll send it to you because you are an admin.
Oh, like what game is it in?
He wasn't
Direct
Sakuta.
It's
Sorry, that caught me off guard.
What
it
the
took
shit?
I'm like,
And that
wait,
seems
why
like
are
something
you-
that might need to be dealt with quickly. So,
Yeah,
We want to
send that. Yeah,
pause stream briefly there.
I'm just gonna
He's
mute
gonna be
it for a second.
yeah, I do apologize. Sorry.
That was a thing.
No, thank you
That
for
needed to be
actually
clarified.
letting us know.
So,
Just today finished my mass media law and ethics class section on obscenity.
yeah. Let's
What?
just be careful saying certain things as
Appropriate.
well once we get recording. 'cause-
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've got sound back on,
This
so
is
let's
not-
just be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
so-
any of that recorded? Do you have?
No,
did you cut any-
everything from when we left this channel was completely muted.
Okay.
it might need trimming later to for non-game related stuff, but that's a later problem.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You needed to fire the flare. It needed to happen. So
But that being said, I now need to step away to visit the little pen's room.
very well.
On there.
But, I mean, that's redundant. Saying little penned is a redundant statement.
Is it?
He's
I
a
mean, you could shrink
Tellarite.
tend. You could use like a shrink ray or something, make him smaller. He's already had a leg cut off. That should take him down a peg.
I'm really curious as to what this new situation that should be coming to my attention is.
Oh shoot! I was caught in the middle while I was typing that out. Oh no! I sent it to you already. Didn't I? Oh, I did not. I was literally typing it to you, and then I was stopped. Ba, ba, ba.
Oh. I will wait for the captain to return before I give him that information.
Generally, the captain does have to be here for him to get information. Yeah.
Boop.
Oh,
There you go. Just so you have the full brief.
yeah. Well, good. Then I should also read this then. Huh.
Oh.
I assume when it says that it means like in the region.
Yep. Like you're heading towards the solar system. You've just been informed, but from sensors that's a problem.
Hmm. Got it.
The doctor stepped away from the counter to deal with something in medical. Pend, you're back. Are we live once again?
We have been since before I went to the little boys' room.
Yes.
Very good.
So, Captain, I just got an update from sensors. Coming up ahead on the upcoming section of space, we are detecting a large number of electromagnetic disturbances, enough that it would be considered a navigational hazard. He turns to Ven turns to Arlen. I believe that you can make proper adjustments to the shield modulations to insulate us from the effects. Just, of course, if they're not modulated properly, we might have a harmonic backlash, and that might fry some of our shield emitters.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll look into that. Can you
Right,
send me the information you have on this phenomenon?
Yes. He takes a pad, and then he picks up a blank pad, puts the two pads next to each other, scrolls a bunch of things over. Yeah. Here. And he hands the pad to you. He's doing that thing where he has a lot of pads to make up for the fact that he's not as knowledgeable as the rest of you.
Don't worry, cadet, you're doing a fine job.
Should I copy this over to Arlen so he can see?
Yep. Yeah, you totally can.
Here is. Where are you? Here you are.
Hi, I'm across the table from you.
Yep, I'm. There is the. That is the data that I have received.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No me
No.
gusta.
Yeah. Un- unless we take proper action, it would increase the risk of using shields, sensors, transporters within the anomalous regions.
And this is right over the planet, or just nearby?
The disturbance is radiating enough that's affecting the star system you're heading toward. So it's not literally in the system, but it's like feeling heat from a radiator. You don't have to be touching the radiator to be overheated.
Mhm.
Lovely. Can I do some calculations, see if this is enough of an issue that we might want to forego transporters and do a shuttle drop instead?
You're looking at a difficulty increase of +2 to anything involving shields, a difficulty and complication increase of +2 if it's shields, sensors, or transporters. So you tell me if you want to do that. Like if you're beaming to a planet, let's say you're beaming someone from a pad down to not a pad, you're looking at base, assuming you're beaming from the room, difficulty 1. It goes up to 3 because of the disturbance. And the complication range becomes 18 to 20.
I think, Ink, if Satal and I monitor the situation from the transporter room, we should be able to bypass the effects of this, Captain.
Very
But we
well.
have to be hands on for it.
I know Katal's definitely been putting in the hours as in the transporter room, so if you're confident the two of you can handle that issue, I'll leave it in your hands.
If you need to establish different maximum transporter loads while we're under the effects of an anomaly, I think we can leave that to your discretion, Captain.
Understood. Lieutenant Radloff, where do you think your talents would best be suited so far?
If we are setting up an outpost, medical or otherwise, on the surface, then I may be of use there. If it is a people that are desperate for an answer for whatever's going on, they may attempt to swarm, shall we say. The doctor could use some assistance if that were to occur.
Okay, so if you want to lead the efforts in setting up a proper security protocol and teams for fabrications,
Sir,
again, this is all on the provision that when we speak to the leaders of the region, they allow us to do this.
of course.
I must ask, do you intend to leave the ship in order to establish contact with leadership?
We'll see if we can contact them first via the ship. If we can't, then either myself or yourself will have to head to planet side to begin the conference.
Understood.
Is this an away mission you would like to take point on?
I have no preference, Captain. However, since this is a risk to your safety that a particular training would not better yourself to cover, I will volunteer for it if a ground team is necessary.
Understood. If that's the case, you will be in charge of all on-ground activities, barring obviously medical, which will be left to the doctor. But
Understood.
if further assistance is required in negotiations, I'm sure we'll have equipment available for you to be able to set up a meeting between myself and the members we will need.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else from any of the senior staff before we dismiss and get ready for our tasks?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Nothing more, Captain.
If that's the case, very well. Dismissed. And get to your tasks.
End of scene. Moving to the bridge. Is Doctor going to the med bay, or is she going to stand the bridge for while on the approach?
Probably head back to the med bay and make sure that everything is ready and accounted for.
Roger.
Oh, just as a confirmation, Doctor, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but we have temporarily reduced the security of the Achilles down to 3 to increase our medicine score up to 3.
Okay.
So we have better facilities available for use.
Yeah. Yeah, I did catch that. Although then we decided that all of those facilities would be transported down anyway. But yes.
Sorry, I was just making sure, considering you were driving.
Yeah. Yep, I heard. Thank you for updating though.
You come out of warp. How close to the star system do you warp? Do you warp at just enough that you see them and they likely can't see you, or do you jump like right into the system?
Considering we have an idea of their tech level, I'd want to jump into the edge of their vision.
Tactical. You are being your console beeps as you're being messaged, or the ship is being messaged rather.
Oh. Receiving hail, sir.
Audio or both?
Text.
Text, sir.
Sure, read it out loud.
Sir.
What the what? Why is it over? Oh, put it over here, didn't I? I did. Do. Nope. This.
Warning, warning, warning. Be advised, this star system is under an enforced quarantine.
Does this appear to be a automated message?
Let's see if I can find out, sir.
That would be a yes.
Message repeating. Yes, that's a automated message, Captain.
Understood. Try and see if we can reach out to them, see if we get any response. If not, we'll edge closer until we do.
All right. Attempting contact, sir.
I want to try and give them as much leeway as possible, so they know we're not coming in aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Are you under green alert, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yep. Let's try to open hailing frequencies.
Reason plus engineering, difficulty 1, assisted by comms plus engineering.
See, I've never understood why communication systems is tactical, yet it's an engineering task.
Because because originally it was a communications thing, which was a division of operations, but in later eras, it's deemed that it was no longer an engineering operations issue; it was a security issue, whether you made contact with an outside ship or not. So you needed tactical to approve talking to people or not.
Yep, which I guess focus and
And then you have encrypted communications. And
Yeah.
then that becomes a matter of security and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Can you guys hear me better?
Yes.
No.
Oh boy.
Louder, yes. Better,
we
no.
We can hear you.
Oh my god.
There we
Hold
go.
on, I
That
need
was
to turn
yeah,
you
that
down
was
in
good.
Discord. There you go. There you go.
I didn't do anything different.
You were no longer breaking up.
I was looking at the settings and I was going to tweak something and suddenly I got better.
Yeah, you were
Okay.
just loud,
Gremlins,
and
man.
every other word
Yeah.
was.
Don't look a gift. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Take it.
I forgot how bad my reason was. Tactical systems, though. Given it's a tactical thing now. Haha.
Do you require assistance from a different tactical officer?
Nah, probably. I'll probably be fine. We'll find out. Have a momentum. Yeah. See, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And it's comms engineering.
I made it back anyway.
Wonderful.
The fact that I got a 1.
I mean, you're just as good as the ship is at this role.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I can't make the ship fantastic at everything.
Channel's open, sir.
Oh shit, what was the name of the system? Mr. Prashu? This isn't in character. This is the player forgetting because of what we just had to deal with.
I realize that. It's just it would be
funny.
really funny if it was in character.
Hey, who the hell am I talking to?
This is the Groki Star Cluster. Can I get a confirmation on pronunciation?
No, this is Patrick.
Get out.
You're in the Prashu system, which is a part of the Gok star cluster.
Okay, I'll do Prashu for now. Prashu system. This is Captain Pend of the U.S.S. Achilles. We're part of Starfleet and the Federation. We have been asked on behalf of the Tripolity to render assistance with your quarantine. Please respond.
Insight plus science, difficulty of 1, 2.
He's
Plus-
spending!
I'm not spending a thing. This is just the base diff.
I'm done.
Diff 4. Complication range of 3. Assisted by sensors plus science. Sensor station, you could grab this, I imagine, but this something might be popping up on sensors, but there seems to be a rather disturbing amount of electromagnetic disruption in the area that is making sensing anything difficult.
Hey, Ven.
Yes.
This is definitely a teaching moment right now.
He's saying don't fuck this up.
Also, I'm
Thanks.
trying to give him a determination.
Yes. That is fine.
Do you like to hold on to that determination, Captain?
For now, but if he needs it, I have one available for him.
Yep. Okay, here's what I'm thinking, because this is based on that. Oh, but I have to have succeeded at the previous task, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
That's how the ability works, I believe.
Yep.
Typically.
In that case, GM take a threat to momentum. Astrophysics focus? Or sensor operations focus?
Say that again. Yes. Sorry. I
Yeah.
misunderstood you for a half second. I was like, huh?
Inside side. Oh, comp 3. Blah. That's gross.
The Achilles.
Hang
Achilles?
on.
No.
Before you do anything. Quashed.
Nice.
And we gain 1 off that roll.
Yup.
Yeah.
Did. Captain, 3 starships, currently on intercept course. 2 at a secondary medium distance band, 1 at a longer range. It appears they have polarized their hull plating. Phasers are primed.
Do not engage. Let's keep trying to communicate with them. As soon as they open fire, raise shields.
Sir, by the time they've opened fire, it'll be a bit too late for that.
True, but the ship can take a hit.
You are being hailed.
On screen?
On screen, sir.
Well, that's a question. Can we on screen?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, on screen.
If my photos would load, that'd be awesome.
No.
Alien vessel, you're approaching a quarantine zone.
Correct.
Be advised that any further approach could put yourself and your passengers in danger. We do not advise you get any closer for risk of beaming or being beamed upon. We also recommend you adjust your shield harmonic to 266.5 to adjust for recent weather disturbance.
I'll nod at whoever's relevant for that.
That's me again.
Thank you for the warning. We've actually been requested from the Tripolity to render aid in trying to help with the quarantine. So we come here on full knowledge of there being an issue.
Very well then. Who is your point of contact for verification? He starts tapping, and you can see him flicking at something on his console, like he's checking something on his computer.
We were given this information by a Chancellor Altair. We're
course,
hoping
and-
to meet with your leaders to get permission to beam down some fabrications for medical facilities so we can begin.
Beam down?
Yes, we
Alien
Import.
vessel. Be advised that the majority of the populace lives in biomes and on the various planetoids, and most of our resources in this system are based out of the spaceport and subspace relay station. So you could beam down if you really feel like it, but most of it's in controlled atmospheres or aboard the station.
Okay, then we could at least speak with your leadership. I'm sorry, I don't know who's in charge of your organization as of this time to see where we can best be used.
You may approach. Let's see, Sector 1, Subsector 2-1. Sending the data to you now.
Understood. Thank you for that. Also, as an introduction of ourselves, I am Captain Pend of the Achilles from Starfleet, which is a part of the Federation.
That has been noted in my log, Captain. I will pass it along to the relevant persons, and I will ensure that the station commander is aware of your presence. Once you're in position, you will be called. Do not go over any of our protected frequencies. We require them for emergency services.
Understood. Could I receive your name?
I'm Pilot 03 on the official log.
Pilot 03, thank you very much for your assistance. Hopefully we can offer some with helping with the quarantine.
Very good. He flicks some switches, and then his face disappears as he's cut his transmission.
Well,
And the ships start pulling away. And then they disappear off of sensors because you can't see them anymore.
well, that's why we don't
Can
immediately jump to shields.
Can I double check those frequencies they gave us, just in case?
So the complication from before, you can't when you try to if you want to try to adjust your shields, you have an advantage because they gave you a frequency that should work. The problem is that it works for them. It might not work. They're a little too primitive, so it actually doesn't solve your problem entirely. But they probably are suffering. They can probably see you crystal clear. Like it's almost as if this is something they're used to living with.
Well, and I also want to make sure that they're not like giving us false information that would sabotage our shields and leave us vulnerable or something silly like that.
It doesn't seem to. Can't imagine how it would. It's just a frequency change.
Yeah.
The big thing, and it's a harmonic change, not your main frequency change. So it's relating to how your shields interact with the space around it, not so much preventing things coming in. So you're changing the color of your umbrella, not what your umbrella is made of.
Okay. But you could, in theory, change the color of umbrella to red and then fire a green laser at it so the green light is absorbed by the red umbrella.
What?
You could say something like that, yeah.
Sure. Con, take us to the designated location. Science, engineering. If that frequency doesn't work, considering we're here now and we're suffering under it, see if we can find a counter to it, please.
Aye, sir.
I believe that modulating the shields would be a tactical job.
I would like to help, at least.
Keep forgetting shield is tactical. Tactical. Do that then. Yeah. Retcon. Tactical.
Yep. But yes, engineering can totally assist with this, yes. So you're looking at a test. You are looking at a reason plus security, assisted by a ship's structure plus security.
So much reasonable security
Can-
today.
Difficulty
Can
of
I
1.
assist- May I assist with engineering?
You certainly can.
Thank you.
And that's difficulty of 1 after the advantage is applied, correct?
Yes. Because they gave you a harmonic that's close, but you need to adjust it for your shield system. Like, that's nice, but we don't use just harmonics. We don't just polarize our hulls.
Yeah. Tactical system. Because that is what this is. Give you a threat, because
Technical insight as a focus on my end.
Yep.
I
So-
want to.
Was this assisted by the ships?
Yeah.
Yep. Structure security.
Hell yeah. Fishing.
Difficulty of 1, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Do I still have the same roll as the ship again? God damn it.
I mean, to be fair, we've just reduced the security score by 2.
I know.
So you're as good as a gimped Achilles.
So,
my reason.
what you've done once you've modulated the shields, so there's always a navigational shield just because you're traveling at very high speeds through space. So there is a basic shield that's always on, so you don't just get perforated by random debris.
The deflector.
Yep, your deflector. Even and that's why polarizing hull was a big deal because like no, dink. Yeah, we just tough it out and hope for the best. That's why they can go faster than warp 5. Because God forbid they hit anything. But anyway, so yes, no, you've been able to adjust. That disadvantage is gone. You now have base. So anytime, as long as your shield system isn't damaged or just deactivated in any way, and deactivated by I mean like me, like doing a breach and breaking it, you should be fine.
That's actually
And it's
awesome.
a sword shield, and you can beam through deflector shields because they're so thin. They're paper thin. They're meant for stopping rocks, not people. Helm reports that you have moved to the designated coordinates.
Thank you, Con. Let's wait for them to reach out, and we'll take it from there.
Sir?
At this point, I'll be heading down to the transporter bay to prepare for our transport.
Yeah, probably with Katal with U.S. is the transport chief.
Yep.
Katal, you say? Okay, off he goes.
Yeah.
And you wait.
Do we get any response after a reasonable amount of time?
What would you consider a reasonable amount of time?
I don't know, 10 minutes?
Okay. Does anyone do anything for 10 minutes? Other than wait. You are not hailed.
Okay. Tactical, reach out to the station.
Sir. Hailing frequencies. Which is, I'm guessing, the same roll as before.
Yep. Normally it'd be difficulty 0, but it's diff 1 because their systems are.
Yeah.
You have to talk. You can't just talk just on subspace. You have to talk within a very particular frequency that they can hear.
Yeah, let me reason give you a momentum. Oh look, we made it back.
Can we spend 2 just to create an advantage of we've got it saved in the system?
You could, yep.
What, you don't trust me, Captain?
I don't trust anyone.
Wow.
I thought that was our job.
This is Pasture Station Control. I believe I'm speaking with the U.S.S. Achilles. Stand by, please. Where are you in my list? Stand by. Hold on. There's a lot of ships moving around. Registry number NX22376.
Correct.
How can you help you, Achilles? Or rather, how can you help us? Better way to put it.
We have been asked by Chancellor Altair of the Tripolity to render assistance in trying to help with the illness or virus that your systems are currently suffering from. We are from the Federation, so this is a aid mission, if you will.
Are you anyway involved with the Klingon raiding party that attacked a few days ago?
We know of the Klingons, but we are no way involved.
According to my tactical diplomatic data, you're an ally of the Klingon Imperial Empire.
The Federation and the Klingons do have relations. It doesn't mean we condone or know of everything each other's doing.
Give me presence plus command, difficulty of
Is this a
4.
Subcutters just making my life fucking harder now?
Yep, a very particular person made your life harder. It's in your log what happened.
Yeah, I know it
the
is.
Ranger Station found out what happened. Like, wait, what? Oh no. Well, just so you know, because
This is a you problem now. Essentially what happened from the renderer's end.
it's like, since you're heading out that way, we thought we'd loop you in because we just found out, and we're kind of having the admiral's having words with his Klingon counterpart, going, "Hey guys, could you loop me in next time, please?"
Focus in diplomacy.
Sure.
I'll spend 1 threat and 2 momentum.
1 threat, 2 momentum. Tick and tick.
Well, okay then. Yeah, Winchester's in chat. You're welcome. Just the gifts I love from the Klingons. Let's do something. Okay. Do you think of the consequences? No! Lovely.
Sure they do. The consequences, they win. All right, Starfleet. I, frankly, would shove this over to the farmers board, but honestly, I don't have time to mess around. We have a lot of sick people who are not getting any better, and we don't know how to fix it. So I'm not going to tell you to go away. What I can tell you is that our highest population. Oops, that's the wrong file. That doesn't help us. Hold on. Sorry, we have one particular ship that's making itself annoying right now around Prashu Secundus, and it is constantly drawing my attention away. I apologize.
I understand. We have the same issues around our star bases as well. You always get one ship.
Yep. I want to leave. How dare you make me stay here? And it's like, you have illness aboard your ship. Let us help you.
Yes, it's a quarantine zone. Just don't go out and spread it.
There's always one.
All right. There we go. So, we do have our populations are fairly spread out across this system alone. Now, this is as you're probably been already told, this is an interstellar outbreak. Thankfully, it hasn't left the star cluster, and we've restricted all trade, which you can imagine how much that's making the board feel about it. So we have the majority of our population is on Gok itself. We do have some populations on the Skashu and Stukui systems further off. Here in Prashu, we're the anomaly. This used to be the command center of the tyrants that ruled us before. So we do have a population here, and we have them spread out across our systems. Both here on the station, we do have some on the main world below, as well as the various other planetoids around, including near Secundus. But it's all, thankfully, it's all a contained system. So we suspect it has something to do with the artificiality of our lifestyle, some new tech, some new alien technology we ran into. We're not sure, but whatever it is, it's pervasive and it's affected everybody. But we have been able to shut it down. We haven't heard any reports from any other trade ships. We were working with a Ferengi ship who was working with our people. However, and he did have a lot of insights and was helping us and was actually going to go out of his way to send some Ferengi doctors. And then his ship was destroyed by Klingons, as well as his storefront on Gok. So that set us back. And honestly, to tell you the truth, not a whole lot of people are real friendly with aliens right now. I interact with you aliens quite frequently, not your faction in particular, but if you were going to cause problems, you would have done it already. So I don't think you're going to do anything, but that's me. That's a spacer talking to another spacer. It's a whole other thing when you're talking to people who live here on the station or on the planets.
Oh, I understand it's one of those situations you found yourself in, but to confirm, we don't come here with any hostile intentions. We just wish to help with the outbreak, and hopefully, if possible, and it all goes well, and we don't end up, you don't all end up hating aliens too much. Maybe start having nice interactions between your systems and the Federation.
That's beyond my purview, but I personally am glad you're here. Whether everyone else is going to be, well, that's up to you. I can't force them to like you. So
I get that a lot.
but yeah, where you want to help in particular, I leave that to your hyper advanced whatever you have. I will say that the majority of our research has been done here in Prashu, since we have most of the tech. The only other place that would possibly have more would be in the Skasha system, just further on. But we also have the subspace relay built into our station, so if you need it disseminated across the cluster, we can get the information out faster than they can. Not that I'm bragging that my station's better than theirs. It just so happens that it is. So
Well, primarily, we've, on our way here, because we got some basic information from the Tripolity, we've prepared some prefabricated medical facilities, extra supplies, and personnel. So all we need really is access to a place we can beam our what we need to, and maybe contact with some people in charge just to let them know what we're doing, and maybe if we can get some volunteers or people who are sick enough so we can actually treat and see what's wrong.
Well, for the other systems, you need to speak. We usually organize ourselves around the station commanders when we're dealing with aliens. We don't like bothering our leadership. No offense. We don't like bothering them with strange alien tech. That is, they have much more important things to do, like making sure we're fed. So if you need to talk to anyone, just call up the starport, and we're the ones that'll be your go-between. If we need to talk to the leadership, we'll do that. We'll determine that on our own. As for access to planets, I am willing to give you access to put down your prefabs on our planets. Just be advised that on the only worlds that are really safe to do that on, well, I don't know your tech level. Maybe you can build in a gas giant. I don't know. I would advise you scanning around for yourself and determining where you think you should be set up, and then I'll let you know if it's a good idea to do it. But in general, just don't beam anything on the station, and or don't beam anything into a city. Otherwise, I'm fine with it. I won't mind so much. And we are monitoring your location. Oh, you already adjusted your shield harmonics. You have a shield bubble. Oh, that's all right then. All right, I'll deal with that. Yeah. Anything else I can help you with, Captain Pend?
So could I get your name?
You certainly could. It's a
Would
question that anyone would ask somebody.
Was you not expecting that question?
No, I was. I just didn't write down the name because I'm smart. Station Commander Othello.
Station Commander Othello. For now, we will look for a suitable location on the planet. We will get back to you, and yes, if you can send us whatever relevant data you have, and once we've set up, if you can send any patients that are willing for us to look at, that way we can hopefully stand a better chance of getting this dealt with.
All right. What's your navigation control tower's frequency? Or is that you?
That's us. We're speaking to you directly from the ship.
So I hail you to direct our shuttles over to you.
Yes, if we...
He's meeting Con.
the con department. You'll be
Okay,
contacting
so what?
Lieutenant Shashre.
Just oh god.
Well, we'll send you relevant data. Don't worry.
Flick. Oh, that's an Endorian name. Oh, neat. All right. I have it logged. I'll pass it on to my people, and my people will talk to your people. Ugh, only saying that.
Get used
You know
to
what I
it.
mean.
Yeah, in command you have to do that thing.
Yeah.
But thank you very much.
Station out.
Yep. Cut comms. Con, take us above the planet. Sensors. Try and find us a suitable location, not within the habitat limits, please.
Reason plus science. Difficulty 0. Assisted by sensors plus science to get a general sensor sweep of the area.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't even have to like these guys, but I'm going to play as nice as possible.
Hey, they're being nice to you. Well,
Sensor
nice
ops.
they can be anyway.
Sensor operations?
Yes, definitely.
Nice, given the circumstances, which, you know.
Yeah. But it's one of those, I know exactly what those like, those Andorians, I can't stand them either. You know what I mean.
Yeah. You know what they're like.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, that's just one momentum.
Boop. You actually know where you are now.
Yeah.
You went into the system. Just go here. Okay. Like, you don't know anything where you are. You didn't scan anything. But yes, if you hover over, there will be tooltips about what most of the systems are. If you have any questions, I will clarify. Sensors, you do, of course, get your free Science Boy question. Actually, you get more than one, don't you, or something like that?
No, I just get one. I get a free one.
Okay. So, yeah. So here's what you sense. If you have any questions about what you're seeing, let me know. It'll either cost you momentum or it won't.
So I think for my first question, what is this?
That is Prashu Secundus. It is and its companion star, 2 Class D stars that are connected to in an orbit with Prashu itself.
Oh, weird. Oh, whoa, that's weird.
Well, we know what the cadet's doing in his free time.
Saying it's weird?
Weirdly
Yeah,
enough,
so we've got Prashu 2I, which is the asteroid. We have Prashu 2, which is the main world.
Oh, and since it sounds like there are going to be additional questions, nope. I did not generate us any bonus momentum with which to ask questions.
So I'll also note that the translator, they said it differently, but the naming convention I've been using for my games is that there's Prashu, there's the name of the star, and then when you say name of the star, secundus or tertiary, it's indicating that it's another part of the same star system. So this is part of the Prashu star system. So it's a binary star linked with a main star.
It's pretty cool.
orbiting trinary.
So,
Yeah.
as a confirmation, he said we would be able to go to Prime. Or was it Prime Prashu 2?
He's fine with any planet. It just don't beam into any of the habitats or into the station because you're literally beaming into the population. He's like, don't do that. That will cause problems. Please don't. So any of them really, he doesn't particularly mind because as you can see, none of these are really naturally habitable worlds.
How big is the station?
The station is as big as it needs to be. No, I mean that's true, but that's
It's
not
plot
helpful.
by plot. Cool.
It is a scale 8 deep space outpost. This thing, it has basic phase cannons and nuclear torpedo systems, but it actually has shields. It has a shield emitter system, which is weird, given what it is. But it does have an advanced sensor system, so it was able to see. It probably saw you before you got there, and it alerted the other ships, going, "Hey, I see something." This place does have a large complement of docking bays. Normally, be used for their defense fighters, but there's actually a lot of them are taken up by ships that are docking here because they're sick. What else can I tell you? Oh, uniquely, they've built the thing to be a research station and it's linked with probes that are orbiting each of the planets and around each of the star systems. Like there's like little probes just hovering around, and they're checking in with them. So they basically are difficulty 0 as long as you're near one of these. Like treat each planet as if it's somewhere they can scan from. Because they have a probe network.
Rough population of the station?
Well, that's the other thing. It has a subspace emitter built into it. That's weird. Normally, you build that separate from the station because it's a big thing. It draws a lot of power, and you're better off. And honestly, it's leave it, set it, and forget it. But they built it into the station for whatever reason, or the pirates did. Population of station is.
Because he was talking about it as though this was a major population center. Well, the major population center of the system, at least.
There are. That will be a question to get those exact numbers.
Or could we just extend that to all the planets as well?
Yeah. Population.
No, I wouldn't. It'd be per place you're asking about is its own it's its own momentum spend.
All right.
Fair.
Do we want to ask that question then?
Yeah, I'd be happy for that question.
Yeah.
On 85,000 crew, 240,000 aboard are people who live there or work there that aren't like station crew, and there's an additional 50,000 of just people aboard ships, freighters, passenger liners, that sort of thing. They're basically all docked up and living off of the station on life support. Like they can't leave, and the station's not going to let them. Like you can see, like docking clamps are down, or you can see like their little fighter corvettes are kind of flying, keeping a close eye, make sure no one's leaving when they're not supposed to, and a ton of traffic, a ton of subspace traffic to keep them all in line.
Maybe. What's the population of Prashu 2 and its moon? Or asteroid, I should say.
Yeah. It's satellite.
Basically.
Prashu 2. That's another question. Stand by.
I'm trying to determine with these questions about the planets of where would be the best location to set the base. Because I'm half tempted to set it on the asteroid, which...
There's also the question of do we need to set down the base if this is the situation we're working with in the system? Would it be better to leave that in reserve for if we need to go to a bigger population center?
So, Prashu 2. You know, that's the right number. I get to random roll this part of it, but holy hell. Way more than I thought was down there. $9 million people.
That's a decent population.
And those are all in dome cities?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's basically a massive Econopolis, essentially. Because with that kind of population and that small a planetoid, yeah. There's a ton of people down here, which they are all heavily they are heavily supported by the station, though. Like that population could not support itself because they don't have enough resources on that planet by itself to survive. Like they can't if I find my thing, that'd be awesome. They can't sustain it. They have no agriculture to speak of. They have no industrial systems to speak of. It's just habitats, places to live, places to do things that are fun.
Does that include the asteroid?
The asteroid is it's smaller, not that much smaller though. I won't charge you extra for the asteroid because they're in the same zone effectively. So there are did I get that right? I get that backwards. Sorry. This is the system. I'm sorry, folks. I misspoke about Prashu 2.
Okay, then.
It's 90 million people, not 9.
Oh.
That seems like a higher population density.
That is a important distinction, I think.
Yep, that's why I thought I'll point that out. That seems important to correct.
90 million.
Yeah, that went from that's a few people to that's quite a lot of fucking people.
8 million people on Prashu 1I, the asteroid.
Still quite a lot of people on an asteroid.
I'd say I'm willing to spend the next 2 on Prime and Secundus.
Yeah.
Like, instead of just asking one at a time, I'm definitely going to ask what it is for both of them, so I'm just going to spend them both for that.
So for Prime, population is... approximately 8 mil on Prashu Prime. I'll worry about that later. So you're asking about the Prashu Secundus Prime, basically the first world and its moon.
Yeah.
So
I'd say it's one of those matches just spend and get us all the information on the planets.
Prashu Secundus Prime has no population. The world is barren and irradiated and a frozen ice ball. No one. It's just you're looking at average temperature of minus 253 degrees centigrade.
Ooh, lovely.
Oh wow!
and then very high radiation due to the its atmosphere isn't protecting it sufficiently. So it's like even if you built a biome, you'd have to build shields around the biome so you didn't just irradiate everybody.
So in other words, nippy.
Funny enough, its moon, its satellite, is also. These are when I say asteroid, these are exceptionally large asteroids. But they are they're not moon sized, put it that way. They're just essentially they're just very large rocks. Its moon should be Prashu Secundus Prime, and it's for satellite. Population's this, which means it's somewhere in here, which means it has. Okay, D10 roller. Screw you too. I guess they all have the same damn amount.
You either have 90 or 8.
8 million on Precious Secundus Prime I, or 1.
Cool.
So yeah, yeah, they really they have a ton of people here.
Commander, you were saying about possible locations?
Sorry?
Yeah, about
I
maybe
lost track of that.
about maybe not putting it down on a planet.
Right, okay. I was saying, if they didn't have a large population here, it might be worth keeping those in reserve for if we needed to set up such a structure on a planet with a larger population. However,
Yeah.
we're not talking, low thousands of individuals on these habitats like I was thinking we might be.
Yeah, multi-millions, it appears.
Yeah.
Oof.
Who's that to?
Anyone who's looking over these charts, like you're all probably aware of what science just threw up on the screen, and you're all thinking and talking aloud and humming at it, and then something happened just now, and it said security. I can't tell you for free.
Oh yeah, I can see it. One up top's just pissed off and this one started to move.
Let's make that roll. How's your insight there? Oh, my love is muted.
Do you want to take it, Commander?
Yeah, I'll take that then. Because I've got decent insight security.
And I'm back. Sorry.
What's your insight security?
Oh, insight security.
I've got
9 plus 5,
observation.
14.
All right, also 14.
With paranoia, but yeah,
I've got observation as a focus.
we can both do
will
it.
that work, Jim? Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I'll just assist you.
I'm rolling to.
Never mind, I won't assist you.
Yeah, you won't assist me. You want to try the roll then? Notice anything?
No, it's a failed roll. I beyond what was observed, I can't say anything.
Unless you determination it, but
Yep.
I mean, I could determination it.
you could.
I was just wondering if it was a roll that was available for anyone to make, or if it was a roll that was available for one person to make and others to assist.
One person can. Other people could totally assist you, but you rolled 0, so.
Right. Yeah. I was basically asking if we wanted to get this, is this something I have to re-roll, or is this something someone else could try?
Yeah, no, it's a one and done for sure.
All right.
For sure.
I mean, am I going to use my determination on anything else this episode?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Maybe Directive 2 at a stretch?
I wouldn't take that directive, sadly.
Yeah, I don't think I was just looking over directives, and I don't think I have something there. But I do have the price of peace as vigilance for being aware of things.
You could, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll reroll. There we go. I got one. Now I can be assisted.
Yes.
There we go. There we go.
Paranoia for the win.
Paranoia for the win.
It would seem that a couple of security situations have come up. This one almost looked like one because you saw a bunch of scale 1 fighters kind of increasing their speed, or shuttles increasing their speed suddenly. This guy is flying over, but you double check and you find out that it's just a minor pilot error. So this guy's just going over to help them. Go, hey, I'll help. I'll throw some grappler cables at you and slow you down. So that situation is being handled. This guy also this alien vessel of undetermined class just used its tractor beam. It suddenly burst out a subspace interference bubble, which drowned out anything that was going on over there. And then, which, that's why you didn't hear a yell for help. But then they used their tractor beam and shoved the ship that was bothering them into the planet below.
What? That seems extreme.
And it looks like they're getting ready to warp and leave the system.
Con, get us on top of that ship.
Communications, reach out to the station to get authorization for interference.
Combat turns are involved here. One
Yeah.
moment.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that was one of those things, simultaneous orders from.
Because I don't know about you, but that looks like a definite hostile act.
It looks like a murder just happened.
That's just
but
flat
we don't
out
have any
murder.
authority here. And while Thralik approves of acting, just wants to make sure we act with authority. Or with permission.
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, you go.
Because
You go first.
Yeah, I can reach out, swift, direct con to move, then we can quick to action.
Yeah, that's basically kind of what I was thinking.
So, first action would be reaching out to the station and the station commander, informing them of what's just happened and requesting permission to detain that ship. With their permission, of course.
Presence command, difficulty
Sounds
2,
like it.
assisted by comms command. Half of it is you just trying to communicate it quickly because time's ticking away, and the longer you take, the more likely they'll run away. The other half is going, hey, no, we're not taking over. We're not seizing anything. We're here to help. You can totally arrest them. It's fine. We're just
Right,
helping.
we just don't murder.
Yeah, we just want
We just want to make sure they don't warp away first.
Yeah.
Focus in strategy and tactics.
Yep. You can go on that front.
A trait of tried and tested. This is my first time of something suddenly happening and responding to it.
Diff 1.
Commanding presence, because I'm talking to the station commander.
I hate to say this. It increases your diff by 1.
Okay. How about quick draw, because we're moving so quickly?
No.
It's worth a go.
Yeah, he bristles at your commanding presence. It's almost like that. It's almost like he that reminds him of somebody else.
I'll spend a threat.
It's like, look, I'm telling you what to do. You don't tell me what to do. No one tells us what to do. Like, no, that's not what I meant.
Reroll. Ship is comms. So we gain 2. I'm assuming that's us gaining permission to assist.
You are now designated as a security auxiliary. Act with discretion.
Understood.
And then you hear an immediate subcase broadcast to all the other ships going, hey, that's what happened. So they know, so none of them will, all their pilots and captains will know, oh, and everyone on this station knows, and this guy probably knows about it too. He probably heard that.
Yeah.
They want to make sure he knows, like, oh, these aren't pirates. The local authorities chill with them.
They've just deputized them.
Yep.
Spending to Swift.
Yep.
Con, put us on top of that ship. And that's me directing Con.
That is... I have the document. Where is it? Where is it? Tell me where the bomb is. Where is it? Oh, don't do that, computer. No. That, yes. Don't tell me the terms of service for Microsoft. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Well, I didn't tell me. Well, you're using at least one power. We know that, but that was already obvious. Trying to see if you need to impulse or if you need to warp. I think impulse gets you to long.
So it's 1, 2. We're moving 3 sectors.
That's warp because you need. Yeah, it's warp to move that far.
Okay.
So it costs you 3 power to warp into their to be in close range to them, or you can impulse and be at medium range to them.
If we're in close, we can just tractor beam them. Can't jump to warp if you're tractor locked.
Precisely, that's what I was thinking of, just getting straight on top of them, then quick to action. So I think we'll spend a 3 to quick warp on top. Oh, minor, ray shields. Because these people have just murdered someone.
I think minor red.
Minor red alert.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that as well, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like,
Is it yellow? Is it yellow alert or red alert?
Red alert because tractor beam is a weapon system.
can we tractor without red?
Technically, yes.
Red also alerts your crew that they might be shot at.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
that someone's about
and we're
to die.
possibly going into a situation where we might be shot
Oh,
at because
that's
we
fair.
just did a hostile action.
I was definitely thinking shields and tractor. I was just questioning
You
whether
could
it
say
was
red
full
alert. Don't raise. You could say red alert. Don't turn on the weapons, which is
Yeah.
not standard. But but that's why you'd say it that way. Red alert,
Might
no
as
weapons.
well have them on.
Okay, yeah, red alert. Is there a role in that?
No, it's a div 0 task because there's nothing messing with your engines right now. But I'm not calling for a roll.
Oh, fair enough. I believe one of us is quick to action.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Mr. Rylov,
So let's
keep that ship, or command. Or I'm guessing Commander Thral's going to do that order then.
no. Well, yes, but I'm not going to direct him. So.
No, but yes, Mr. Rylov, keep that ship exactly where it is.
Yes, sir. That is control security, if I recall correctly.
Is this by like structure security?
Yeah.
Tractor beam. Control security. Difficulty 2, assisted by structure security.
Oh, we're definitely not going to do any security this session.
Tactical systems.
Yes.
Oh, I realized that I had. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, 1 threat.
Okay.
Ship. Sorry, what's the difficulty?
2. I missed somebody. There you are.
And I do believe it is 1 power tractor beam.
I believe so.
I have
Yeah,
0
it'd be
power
1
tractor
power.
beam.
Oh,
Oh,
is it?
0 power
Sweet.
tractor beam. Neat. Good to know.
Mr. Rylov, would you like to roll for tractor beam, please?
There's
It
no
says-
roll, you just hit.
It's
Oh,
not a
it's,
damage.
yeah, it says strength 4. I've never used the tractor beam.
That's the roll difficulty that they have to beat to get out.
Can we spend to make it stronger?
That is a ship talent.
Correct.
Again, never used a tractor beam.
Don't make
I
me read
have
the damn
plenty
book
of
now.
times. I have to use it as Sarissa a lot.
Honestly,
Read the fine
it's
manual.
never actually come up on the Tuesday game to use the tractor beam.
That's true.
It has. I've used it on the Tuesday games a couple of times.
I was
The
gonna say
minute
we used it to throw a moon.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yes.
Was it a moon or a space station?
Jesus Christ.
the fight stops. The fight stops the minute you tractor them, and they just power down their engines, and they just do a general hail of "Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot."
Reach out to the station. Would you like us to bring them to you?
Stand by there. We'll have our guys grapple them.
Captain,
Yes.
I suggest conducting a scan to see if we can locate survivors from the other vessel.
Please do. Sensors?
Yes.
Scan the planet, see if we can find any survivors.
Oh,
Understood.
sorry. I hate to do this to you, science.
No, you don't.
But, I do. I like giving science something to do, but this isn't a science role.
Oh yay! Do I at very least get my testing a theory into practice?
Because it is sensor still. Yep.
Cool.
But you're scanning for life signs, which is a medical role, not a science role.
Fortunately, that brings the difficulty down by 1.
Because of your
Testing a theory into practice.
yeah, exactly.
I
And
automatically get
love
it
scanning for
done.
life forms.
Life forms. Do-do-do-do-do.
Jesus Christ.
We
Play
are
with a bunch of
12.
nerds.
Such a bunch of nerds. Anyway, yeah, focus used. I'm not going to spend anything for that.
Probably sensors will probably kick in for this one.
Yeah. And my medicine actually isn't too bad. This isn't like a terrible roll for me. Like, I'm rocking a 14.
For a diff 1, we gained 4. That looks like a lot of damage you just done to some people.
Or it could be number of survivors.
I don't think he's that generous.
That's at least an injury.
Information has been sent to your console, cadet.
$50 life signs detected, Captain. 6 casualties. No, 5 casualties, 1 fatality.
Understood. Transport that. Send that information to the station, and that we will be beaming up all personnel into a quarantine immediately.
Suggest starting with the injured personnel.
Injured, yeah. Well, we got we set up advanced beaming methods earlier on, so we can probably get quite a few people. Considering the scan we just done and all the float, is it possible? We've got free float at the moment. Is it possible that we can link in the station, so when we beam people up, they can just you're in a safe space and not enemies?
For that sensor scan, no.
No.
It has to be related to the roll that generated it. So
For
something
starters,
Well, go ahead.
I have a free question. So, do we want to ask any free questions?
I have a possible question. Are there already people moving to respond on the planetoid where the ship crashed?
Is that the question
Did it
being
crash
asked?
on the inhabitant?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Affirmative, Captain. We are detecting movement from planet-bound emergency response services.
Then, Captain, I might suggest it would be better to leave retrieval operations to local authorities.
Understood. Just reach out to the station. Let's just inquire if they need us to assist. I'd rather ask and be told no than not ask and let people die needlessly. So, yeah.
Where's Captain?
So, reaching out to the station.
Yet again.
this is Station Command. Go ahead.
We've noticed that the planet side responders are reacting to the crash. Do you require us to assist before to prevent loss of life?
No, it looks like the local emergency services are handling it. They are not requesting assistance at this time.
Understood. It's like I just told my ex, so I'd rather ask and be told no than not ask and let people just needlessly die.
Acknowledged. Thank you for your assistance. Be advised that for now, unless you give me a reason to rescind it, I'm going to maintain your auxiliary status, just in case anyone else has any funny ideas.
Understood. We will return to orbit where we were and get back to you with possible sites for deployment.
Acknowledged. Station Command out.
Con, take us back into previous orbit, please.
New scene, by the way, so your power resets.
Woohoo!
Do you maintain red alert?
No, I'll drop down to normal.
Down to status green. Shields down. Beyond deflectors, but you never shut those off, because duh. I'm going to drive without a windshield. No.
Me, you certainly can. I don't think you'd enjoy it.
While driving a motorcycle. That's why you wear a helmet.
I mean,
So
not
sure.
everyone does.
That's true. That's why you should wear a helmet.
So, judging from the information we have received, could we reason out the most ideal place to choose for deployment? Keyword there, can we reason?
Let's call this reason, medicine, difficulty of 2, assisted by computers, plus medicine, to establish the advantage of determining the best place to form your base of operations.
I'd send that down to the doctor, and I'd like to assist her. Because I've got a 13 for this, and I get the reroll due to the mental imaging, but I definitely want the doctor's opinion on where she would prefer to be located.
You get the reroll on assist?
I don't know if I get it on assist.
Because there are very, very few things that you like to reroll.
No, when I attempt, I probably won't get it assisting, but I'd like the doctor to lead it unless she doesn't want to, and I'll just assist anyway.
Yeah.
The doctor is typing.
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay. I'm currently sending you some data on all the planets to try and get your opinion alongside my own of where the best location to deploy would be.
Okie doke.
So you can either decide to lead or me lead, and we assist each other.
You could decide to gas the whole crew and take over. It's up to you.
I mean, it
Get
isn't.
promotion in the Star Empire.
It's technically an option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mutiny.
Yep.
Mutiny.
It's not mutiny.
She's just serving the Romulan Empire.
I mean,
No, that's supposed to be subtext.
Hail, Centaurian!
Wait, the Romulans are an allegory for the Romans? Since when?
I mean, to be fair, they have the Remans as well, and Remus is like,
Yeah.
it's like, you can't. They're not trying that hard there, bud.
They also
The
have
Romulans
Centurions
have
as
only-
their soldiers.
No,
Yeah.
the Centurions are commanders.
Commanders? Oh, my mistake. Sorry.
Ulans are soldiers,
All right.
Yeah.
which is not
Also,
Roman
allegories
at all.
in my space fantasy? How dare you?
But yes, Doctor, would you like to lead or?
yeah, I can lead. It's a reason medicine roll.
It is yes.
Would disaster medicine
I would take it here.
apply? Okay.
The since then, author. It's a long
spend,
walk for a bad joke.
Make a threat for bold.
Sure. I like threat.
Really?
No, I have to threaten you more than.
Hey.
For the assist, would you allow reason command?
For the assist, yes.
Okay. Focus in mental prowess,
I wouldn't say so.
strategy and tactics.
Yes, actually.
Okay. And the ship. So for diff 2, we gain 4. I like how we've used like 4 NPCs. And we've only used like 2 crew support. Oh no, we've only used 3. We've only used 1
we've
crew
only used
support.
I was like, who did I miss?
Yeah, no, it's only the. It's great
Okay.
having a transport chief and a con officer with constant presence.
Are you getting this information as well, Pinned?
I have not.
Okay. Okay. So then I will inform you. So our best bet for where to set up would either be the station or to have an outpost on each of the worlds. If we wanted to gain a little more political weight, we'd base out of, is it Gauche?
The Gulk system. It's a different star
Gulk.
system.
Okay. We'd actually base ourselves out of the Gauche system. But this way we have the advantage of the Prashu research and communication hubs. So
Yeah, I definitely want to try and take advantage of the station while we're here. But
Yeah.
he's already asked us not to deploy on the station, so maybe on the largest population planet would be the best call.
Well, I think the point is that there's enough that we would need 2 outposts in that case, unless we were going to bring people to a central one.
He did state that he could deal with transporting people to us if needed.
Like from the station to you, just
Yeah.
to clarify.
Not from planet to planet.
No.
Well, if that's the case, considering we've already been building prefabrications, we can continue to build more and set up a secondary base elsewhere.
We could also facilitate in the transportation from planets to a centralized location with our shuttles.
Yeah, like I said, we can link in with the station. We've got shuttles, transporters. They can transport from the station as well, whether via shuttle or whatever means they have. So we do have quite a few means of getting people to and from the location we set up.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you'll need a sizable population to do your analyses on Doctor, correct? But not the entire star system, surely.
Okay, I'm a little confused about the data I'm receiving because it's looking like we have 2 options. Either we set up in 2 places or we fight them and try to see if they'll let us on the station. That's the information that I'm getting. I'll put it in chat.
Yeah, Doctor, could you send me that information, please? Just put it in normal.
Put it in fleet now. Just confuse everybody.
I mean, I've done that before.
Yeah, I've also done that before.
I'm where you both have.
Oh, he's meaning like by working with the station, setting an outpost on each of the planets in this individual system.
Yeah.
So that would mean
you'd either want the station to be your base of operations, and it's basically talking to everybody, or you'd want your own outpost on each planet that has people on it. But the alternative beyond that of these 2 options is the third option of going to Gok and then organizing it on a political end. You're getting the entire the entire government to do all the systems in one go. But the exchange of doing stuff from Prashu is if you discover something, Prashu can spread that information everywhere. I'll be right back. 1 moment, please.
Yeah. Honestly, I think we're best off in Prashu, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
because we're here doing medical research. Basically,
yeah, I don't think going to Gok would be worth it. With the resources that we have.
So
it's weird because the station commander was like, "No, absolutely, you can't set up on the station."
Well, so if that's fine, we'll not set up on the station. Personally, I reckon we should set up on the highest population world. As primarily,
I think so too.
We can link up our ship with the station regarding transport of people and information. And once we've started fabricating more, then maybe setting up on different planets, but just take it a step at a time.
Just put together a good case and attempt to convince him to let us on the station. We've clearly just done them a good turn.
I mean, yeah, I can certainly make the request. And considering during the conversations with them, I've tried to play friendly with them as well.
Yeah, to me it's just like there's 90 million people on the one planet, and then the station has less than 1 million, and the other ones have less than 10 million.
Yeah.
They've got to have transport infrastructure that would allow for the movement of people, especially given the artificial nature of these.
It seems like the movement of people is all orchestrated by the station rather than a world. If we're on one world, it would have to be going through the station to the world to another world or from another world to the station to the world. Whereas if we're on the station, it's the center point.
I think I agree from a research standpoint. Going to the largest population hub is going to give us the best like range of readings.
Yeah.
My only worry is that maybe those other population hubs might have variance.
That's
Mhm.
true. A bit of variance.
Well, if that's the case, I'll try to reach out to the station commander to see if he'll allow us to set up. Oh, go on.
I also worry because they have like this kind of pushback against authority and stuff, that if we pick just one planet, that might irk some people
Mhm.
politically. 100%, Koval does not care, but
No, that's fair. Like I said, that's the reason why we're having this conversation while we've got this information.
yeah,
Yeah.
That's,
I guess I see the utility of setting up on the station. I just don't see the. I'm trying to figure out what the justification is for needing an outpost on each world if it's not through the station. Having trouble understanding that.
I mean, we can ask that question when he returns, because we got the free float.
it has been stated that they don't survive without the station.
Mm-hmm.
Each of these worlds does not survive without the station, which implies that the worlds themselves are not exactly capable of anything on their own, aside from housing.
Well, they're
people
not resource
entertaining
independent.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, here's the thing then. If we talk with the station, and we can get them to allow us to use the station as the main base of operations, per se, we can then work with them to get people from all of the major planets in this system, so then we can get the variations of all the different planets to work with.
Yeah, because we're probably going to have to ask for volunteers anyway, especially if they're as xenophobic as it's been made out that they might be.
Yeah.
So I can certainly ask, but if the roll doesn't go our way and the answer's no, do we have a preference of elsewhere?
I mean,
I have
think
returned.
Come back.
I agree. I think the setting up near or at least around one of like the major population hub makes the most sense.
Okay. So, a couple of things, Corbinian.
Yeah.
Could we spend a momentum to ask what you mean by an outpost on each world?
You don't have to spend for that one. So basically, like a medical center on each world to deal with the various populations, because you'd have to basically, because if you're treating people or checking the various people across all the planets, you would need either the station to act as the station already has pre-established communication lines, but if you wanted to establish your own, then you'd have to establish your own facilities, which means an outpost on each of these planets. Prashu Prime, Prashu 2, 2-1, Secundus 1, 2, 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay. So my confusion, I guess, then is like we need to figure out a treatment. We need to do medical research, which isn't the same as treatment.
Right.
Research doesn't require the same amount of outreach usually as treatment does.
You'd be right, yeah.
So why would we need a base on? Sorry, I'm just having trouble understanding why we need a base on each world to do the medical research in order to try and find a cure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were setting up for treatment. That's my misunderstanding. No. If you're researching, yeah, you could just do that on your ship. You just need
Because
people
we don't know what
you-
this is yet, and we don't know
Yeah.
how to treat it.
We
Yeah.
have a directive to not bring people to the ship.
Yeah, that's why we have a.
But you would do it if you're doing research. Then yeah, you do it off the ship or on the station's computers, whatever. And then once you wanted to treat it, then yeah, you'd have to coordinate it the other way around. But if you're just getting intel in, then yeah, you don't need to build anything. Sorry.
Because our discussion was to have maybe a location near the major like population hub on Prime, and through the station reaching out to the other planets, get volunteers to come for the research so that we can account for variants on the different worlds. And then once we have a treatment plan,
Okay.
then reach out and through the station and through their local to maybe go treatment that way, or use that time to prefab more so that we can have different
Mhm.
locations.
And I think
Or
once we've
if maybe
researched it,
having that treatment will be enough, like actually knowing what treatment will work might be enough to convince the station to let us
Yeah, I think we
fully
need to
set up.
focus fully on step one of research and development, and then we can worry about distribution in
Right.
later.
Distribution is not a starship level solution in the
Yeah,
same way that research is.
Yeah.
Distribution is something that's going to have to tie into their pre-existing medical facilities in some manner or another.
Yeah. Or you sit around and wait for a hospital ship to show up, and they probably
Yeah.
don't have that kind of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I follow. Yeah.
Yeah. When we were like planning on a field hospital, we did not know the size of the population.
To go, it's just one planet. It's a fully inhabited star system. It's very low tech, but they're
Yeah,
fully
with
inhabited.
over 100 million people collectively.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, we can still set down a research base on the prime planet. Get the station to assist us by asking for volunteers aboard all of the planets, and we'll focus primarily on research, trying to track if there's any variants. And
identify what it is.
Yeah, once we identify it, like I said, what it is and if it has variants, then we can go on to the basically the scientific method.
So, okay, I follow. So you set up there. We're gonna go new scene and go to the medical bay. If I can find it. It's labeled and everything.
Yeah, I think there was just a bit of a miscommunication about all the things we want to do.
Yeah, I blame who's not here. I blame Cadet Ven.
Sure.
acceptable.
All right, Doctor. You've been informed that the ship has come into orbit of Prashu Prime, and they already work has begun on setting up a facility on the planet.
When we got our brief for the area from the very nice station commander, did he give us information on the disease that they're facing by chance?
Yes, he did send some data to you. Let me tell you. Let me give some of the data to you now. If I can copy, paste. There we go.
No. Yeah, I kind of enjoy having a mission like this. Because it's so different from what we generally do.
Agreed. Like
Yes, I like it.
it's the Achilles taking on a mission that's a little bit outside of its comfort zone, but also like fully within our capabilities still.
Yeah, it's just one of those. Obviously, it's nice having the fight missions. It's nice having the scanning missions of anomalies, medical missions. It's just I like the variation.
Definitely something you can get a bit more with the single ship, I think now.
Yeah. I think that was I wouldn't say downside, but the major downside of the fleet game, because everyone was everywhere. You couldn't really dedicate time to things like this.
Oh.
Because it would be a one ship issue, and if it was a one ship issue, then there'd be like one PC there, usually.
The data has been shared to the Discord.
So virulence 3, chronic 2. So can you explain virulence 3, chronic 2?
Oh yeah, this is some of the medical book stuff. Oh, ooh, chronic is bad because chronic means that it can't be completely cured.
Yeah, I'm primarily asking for the stream recording.
Yeah. So virulence is basically how difficult it is to actually get rid of or to resist. So it's basically the base difficulty. So the base difficulty to resist this thing is 3. Um, if now a patient could make the check, like just fitness medicine, they might just be okay, but if they whiff, then they now have the disease, and it's like, okay, cool, I now have it. Next time I make the check, my next interval period. Okay, so the first rule basically is there's the point of infection, and then after an incubation period of so many days, the disease hits you, and then the GM would say, okay, buddy, another test, you're sick. And that happens every so many intervals. Uh, Normally, a disease, once you make it, at least once, it goes away. But if it has chronic, you need to have succeeded up to the chronic level. In this case, 2. So for someone to get over the illness, they'd have to survive the test twice. The problem is that one of the symptoms is fatigue. Like the other things are just uncomfortable, like feeling feverish, chills, coughs. But suffering a mechanical point of fatigue uh, reduces your stress down by 1. So now you're more liable to get hurt. And on top of that, the GM could just say, you know what, I know the interval was this, but I spend 3 threat. You have to deal with it now. So the interval is not a hard and fast rule. It's just at least X amount of months happens, then you're hit. But you could have just you bumped or you sneezed the wrong time or the virus just jumped up a certain way.
Yeah.
The big problem is they don't know the incubation period, the interval period, or the vector. And they don't know exactly where, and not knowing the vector is a huge deal because they don't know, other than just completely shutting down and quarantining. That's just a stopgap. That's just batting the hatches and hope to God it goes away, and it didn't go away. So it's something that's persisting.
How long have they been experiencing it?
It has been happening, I believe I said last episode, for the past few months. It's been very recent, within the last year.
Okay.
It might involve a face mask, but the problem is we don't know if it does, like, without knowing vector.
Yeah, we don't even know necessarily that it's airborne.
I'm not pulling from the headlines at all. What are you talking about?
Oh, you wouldn't do that.
Everybody wash your groceries tenderly in the bathtub. I can't remember or maybe I missed this. Are they like monospecies?
They are primarily a monospecies civilization, but they have had aliens coming to them within the last, I want to say, the last 5 years. They've had alien contact.
I mean, what?
Do they currently my brain. Do they currently have like other like species like integrated in their society, or do they just have interactions with them?
That's a good question.
Are there I want to know if it's going to be something that's going to jump species, or if we just need to treat.
Let me check how big they are. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 6.
If it's zoologic.
Let's try that again. There we go. Surprisingly, they They are actually approaching parity. They're actually approaching 50% local alien, local species, and 50% new immigrant species. So new species coming from other star systems outside of the Gook star systems.
Okay, and everyone seems to be getting sick.
As far as they've reported, yes. They may be
Okay.
incorrect, but as far as they've told
Okay.
you, yes.
Okay, but as far as we know, okay. That give.
Oh god, there we go.
Wait, does that mean Klingon warriors just raided a system which has a virus going around on it?
Yes.
Yes.
And they're going back to their fleet with that virus?
Yes.
Yes.
And they're heading all the way back to Baboth.
Oh no!
Oh
This is gonna jump across the galaxy.
Because Klingons.
Maybe they'll all get really, really sick and decide that they don't want to be dishonored in this way. Sorry. Let's see. Gosh. Trying to think of
The most
the
effective way
things-
to quarantine Klingons.
Fight pits. What
Blood
counts
blind
predator
pools.
dead?
Was that an alert or was that just a random noise?
I think that's just a
Random
random
noise.
noise.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I guess we just don't have enough data yet. I should have done this, but we didn't actually know about it. Is it possible to like look up viruses that behave in a similar fashion?
Reason plus medicine, assisted by computers plus medicine, difficulty 3.
Okay. Boy, this is where xenoimmunology would have been real useful. That thing that I rarely used as
Well,
Eprix.
It just say you do have 2 NPCs if you need them.
Yeah, I don't think I personally have a focus.
I know Rex has xenobiology.
She's not like barricading herself in her study.
Or is she? Spend threat, no.
Yeah. Plus, it's a case of we've got 4 NPCs available if you need to activate any assistance.
Maybe not right now, but I feel like Koba might be useful in the near future.
Okay, no. I'm just reminding people of the options.
They've got pharmacology.
That's actually quite a relevant one.
Yeah. Actually, I think Rake's medical journals might actually be super helpful in this.
Just I say,
She's probably read every article on a weird virus that's ever popped up.
So yeah, so if you want to activate them, by all means.
Yeah, if somebody wants to roll as and assist as Riggs.
Sure.
I could. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a focus, but my reason medicine is better than hers. Give you a threat for bold medicine. It's reason medicine, right?
Correct.
That's a reasonable assumption.
And here's the assist. Nothing from the specialist there.
Not pulling their weight as usual.
Mm-hmm.
Lollygagging. Gold bricking. Just keep going. I will say that you learned that this type of flu, given the information that you know, you learned the incubation period that should occur,
Okay.
given the data that you have. If I could pull that information in a reasonable amount of time, that'd be awesome. There we go.
Now.
Boop. Oops, I
Those
did
are
not mean to
dramatic
do that
tension.
twice. Anywhere between 1 to 12 days,
Okay.
given the information you know.
Well, that's helpful.
I'll also say this, their guess that something this is not a normal biologic. This falls under the family of diseases that occur when you uplift a civilization too quickly. So some sort of technological fault has caused this. But
Okay.
it could be anything. It could be replicator technology, scanning technology, hypospray, anything.
Well, 1 to 12 days, and that's well within. Are they asymptomatic during that time, or just kind of have minor
Asymptomatic.
symptoms?
You're exposed, and then over a certain amount of days, you don't show any problems, and then you start showing symptoms.
Yeah, that's plenty of time to travel between stars.
Yeah. Are you contagious during the incubation period?
For momentum, I'll answer.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That's at least something.
Are you trying to study disease vectors next?
Well, I mean, the medical roles have just given us something the engineers and the scientists could do as well.
Yeah. I'd probably relay that.
Because if this is from preemptive uplifting, if they've received any technology recently, it'll be good to go over what they've received and see what's the most likely culprit.
Yeah, so I would relay that up to Pend so he could delegate it out. You're still on the ship, right?
I think we're all on the ship for now.
Okay, yeah.
So what would be the role for that so I can delegate it, please?
Or is it just roleplay?
Sorry, I was eating something rather spicy and I made a slight mess. So there in a moment.
No, no.
Oh, buddy.
But this is my favorite ship!
There we go. Yeah, it's on your ship too. Yeah, you have a bunch of sauce all over the place.
So that's why it's called the saucer section.
Oh, boo! The 90s want their joke back.
Oh, wow. No, that was a dad joke.
That's what I mean. Oh,
I stand by it, or in my case right now, I sit by it.
So, it would be either your face or your mum roll. No, reason plus engineering or science. Difficulty of why not? I have it.
Yes.
Yes, spend it. Spend it all.
Reason plus engineering or science, difficulty of 5. Assisted by computers plus engineering or science. As you're looking over the data, trying to puzzle this out.
Engineering sensors. Go over with the station of what all the technology they've received since their recent uplifting, and hopefully something there would give us an inkling of what's caused this.
Actually, I'd be more polite. I shouldn't say uplift. Bootstrap. Uplift implies they weren't sentient to begin
No,
with.
but you know what I mean.
Oh, no, I was correcting because I know I was the one who started it. I was like, whoops, sorry.
Yeah.
I misspoke.
For bootstrapping, please let us know what technology is the culprit for this.
You uplift a dog, but you bootstrap a civilization.
They may not want to tell us that information.
They will if we inform them that this is the likely cause of the situation.
You could turn that to a presence roll. Same difficulty.
Could we?
You could, yep. That's what you're describing. Instead of reasoning out and looking over your own data, you could call and go, hey, so could you tell us what you know? And like, hey, well, we'll tell you what we can know. Like, no. I'm looking for a very particular thing. Do you want to know how many
Up to,
self-sailing stem bolts I have? No, that
Well,
actually, yes. That's actually relevant.
If that's the case, could I presence command to get the information, and then that roll can be for going over it?
No way in hell. No way.
Well,
Maybe
okay then.
Presence engineering or presence science, because you need to know what you're asking for. It's like, give me all your information. They did. Oh, well, that's not a command question anymore. It's a no. Narrow that down for me. Like what? Oh, I mean things like this or that or have this quality to it. It's like, oh, you could totally assist with command, but the primary couldn't be command.
No, I'll let engineering and science deal with it, unless Commander Thralic would like to assist them.
I think it's should be good. Just up to the primary rollers if they want to do reason or presence, although especially reason.
Well,
Engineers and
I would
scientists.
I would be better at reason.
I am shocked.
I assume that's the same with Ven.
Well, I guess I'm taking a crack at this.
Sounds like.
Reason engineering, difficulty 5, oofta. Technical insight as a focus.
Yeah.
Could I push the limits into finding out this technology?
You could, but the complication will jump up to 3.
Wait. I will mention I do have a reverse engineering focus. Is that what this is?
We're not reverse engineering. We're just trying to find out what was engineered for them.
Yeah, we're trying to discover out of the technology they've recently received after their recent bootstrapping, of which piece of technology is the most likely culprit of causing this.
That's why it's a reason engineering or reason science, because there's different ways you could look at the problem.
All right. Oh, we have full momentum. Let's go 3 and 3. 3 momentum, 3 threat.
Why not just go 1 and 5?
Because I want to leave some momentum in case I screw this up.
Comp 2, by the way.
Of course.
Research focus?
Yes, actually.
Oh, comp 2, you say?
Yeah. Someone decided to ask some questions.
Momentum generated.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Momentum is indeed generated, and
I'm not gonna fish. I feel good.
You're between your engineer and scientist, you're able to discern the vector that it's coming by, because you figured out what tech did it to them. You're like, wait a minute. One follows the other pretty darn quickly all of a sudden.
Oh, please don't be Ferengi.
They're not a technology, they're a civilization.
No,
On
but
route.
the Ferengi were trying to be also helpful right now, and if the virus came from the Ferengi, it would kind of make sense.
Can I personally kick Aurelius's ass?
Ingestion, so replicators.
It's always replicators.
Of course, how else are you gonna make up a super virus than the thing that makes everything?
I've got a question for a possible role, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Could I talk to the station commander about letting me speak to multiple populations or people for them to actually help us?
Why? Would be his question back.
So they can understand that we're primarily here to help, and the more people we can test of different planets and different species, the more information we can gain and the more chance we have of actually helping them.
I can certainly tell them that for you. And they will comply.
Wait, so did we determine what it is that's causing it?
It's the replicators.
Oh.
It's ingestion.
Potentially terminal disease. Potentially terminal disease caused by ingesting black market Prashu replicated goods. So if they replicated any food stuff, anything ingestible, and they ingested it, then they're immediately because when you check the data, the replicators the Frankie sold them aren't food safe. They're meant for like industrial or starship manufacturing.
Oh, it's
Damn
the Ferengi.
So they kind of just like,
Ferengi.
oh, well, we'll make food. You can totally make food with this. No, you can't. You can call it. This thing is not tuned for food safe replication. There's a very particular type of replicator that does that.
Yeah,
like food replicator.
Yeah.
What it's called?
I'm basically just trying to build up a rapport with the people, so it's sort of less resistant to us.
I don't believe. Have you been facing resistance?
No, I'm basically just trying to communicate with the people. That's it. I'm trying to build like a rapport.
I feel no need for you to have a personal relationship with the people as an alien overseer. You are assisting us in our time of need, and I appreciate that. But I do not feel it is necessary for you to have a open channel to the populace. You can try to convince him. It's an opposed role. He is against this. He is adamant that this is not the way it's done in his civilization. I'll warn you: if you push this and succeed, it's a prime directive violation. He is actively telling you not to do a thing, and you're trying to jump.
That's fine. Like I said, if he's going to be a no, it's a no. And basically, it's like I said, I'm just trying to. And considering it's aliens who sold them dodgy tech, it sounds like I'm trying to assuage the fears. It's just not all aliens, but if it's no, it's no.
Not all aliens.
Not all aliens.
Yeah,
not all aliens.
But you know what I mean. So if it's no, it's no. But it's one of those just trying to assuage any fears that may come up with. Oh, aliens have been selling you dodgy tech. That's not.
So
us.
why would we trust their cure? Yeah.
Yeah, but the station guy's basically saying that he could.
They're gonna make. They're gonna make us magnetic.
It's like we'll deal with it. We'll talk the people into it. But he's worried that if you talk to them, these people are always worried about direct alien contact. They're very isolated. The only people who deal with aliens are the space people, the people in the space station stuff. People on the planets don't generally. And the only reason they're letting you talk to them is because his men are telling them, no, they're approved. They're station approved. They're working with us. But if you start addressing them personally, then it sounds like an alien overseer and a powerful warship is telling you that everything's fine. Trust me. That sounds like the pirate king that they fought a revolution over, and they will get very resistant very quickly. Now, you could force the issue, and he's worried you're going to force the issue, but you know that you're just being nice. But he's resistant because it sounds like something from his past.
Yeah, well, that's fine if he's.
What's this guy from space that kind of little short, little mustache, has a big red ship, talks with a heavy German accent? You know what, buddy? We don't want your help. No, I'm a good guy. I swear. Yeah, sure you are.
But yeah, if that's the case, I'll just send him the diplomatic package and ask for something like in the same return.
Yeah, he doesn't mind sharing his
Yeah.
spacer information. So you get a up. Yeah, actually, I'll send you.
Because it'll also help other people who come here from the Federation as well. But yeah, I was basically trying to think of a way to do a roll to spend the determination, but no.
You could spend one of your determinations to create an advantage along that line. Like you're like not so much you directly addressing people, but you going like, hey, look, I'm working with the local authorities in some manner to help smooth things on so no one does get antsy. Like I get where you're going. It's just the method you're doing it is against the civilization's ethos.
If I can spend it towards creating an advantage, then by all means. Like I said, I'm just trying to smooth the process.
Yep. So
I
the
do
advantage is
wonder.
you. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, you can finish that.
I was gonna say that you can create the advantage that you are doing everything you can between him and you to keep everyone nice and calm. Like, no, we're not pirate kings or nothing. We're just here to help. No, really. Look, we'll eject ourselves. You know, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, the extreme like open palm method. It's like friendly.
So the question becomes for that advantage, what value is being invoked to trigger it?
Would you allow either Directive 1 or Directive 2?
I don't know either because you are either way. It's you adhering to the prime directive as strictly as possible, and 2 is literally why you're here.
Yeah, well, I'll do it to 2 because I'm literally trying to smooth over the medical staff to do their job.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll create the advantage of a smoother transition when we get to that stage of handing out stuff.
Yep. So you spend your determination to create an advantage. That's actually fairly rare. We don't do that very often, where it's just a straight no roll, spend determination, you create an advantage.
Yeah, because basically the advantage is what I was trying to do with the roll, so...
Yeah.
And like the base difficulty is generated advantages too, which is the same you get is from spending determination.
Yeah.
So.
It just means, that the big downside, I suppose, is that you don't get to generate momentum.
Oh, no, it wasn't a case of... I wasn't really mad about the momentum generation.
Oh, no, I was just thinking in general. I was like, in general, why wouldn't you do that? Like, oh, that's why.
And also like mechanically, it's a safe thing. You know, like if you had something that would have been like a high comp to do.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So Vector. You know that the local populace is not about to throw stones at you the minute you show up in your weird alien uniforms. You know the incubation period. You don't know the interval period. You can try to work on a cure with this alone because you have the vector. That's enough to get started, but it will be harder if you don't know what the interval is.
Okay.
Can we maybe have a tandem project from engineering and trying to fix the replicator so there's not like reinfections going on?
You won't have to roll for that. You can just tell them, hey, stop using those replicators. And like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Station command says stop using those things until further
Or stop
notice.
using them for food.
Yeah.
Quarantine the replicators, yeah.
Stop using those. We have plenty of food. That's the hilarious thing. These people, of all the things that hurt them, it's the food replicator.
Yeah, but it's ease of access. That's how technology is.
Yeah, yep. I could wait for the wheat to get here, or I could just replicate bread.
Computer, I'll have a cheeseburger.
Yeah. So, do you wish to work on the cure now, or do you wish to try to drill down to figure out the interval somehow?
I was curious to know if, because we've gone through what they've told us, like the official reports, but I'm wondering if there's a way, maybe via the station commander, for medical to talk to other medical staff that's been on ground zero with this disease. either on the station or like anybody that might be willing to talk to us to go over what they've been seeing, maybe in more detail.
That sounds like a presence medicine roll to me, friend. Get
Ugh,
3.
presents.
Commander, would you like to assist her on this one?
Composure? Maybe?
I don't follow. I'd have to say no.
I don't think I have anything. Unless I can use disaster medicine, and this is not my first time talking to a group of people that don't want to talk to me about what's going on.
I would take it. I would take that. Yeah. Also under the auspice that it's you know who you need to talk to. Like, no, I need to talk to this guy, not that guy.
Yeah.
Surgeon so and so doesn't know what I want to know. I want to know what paramedic so and so knows. Like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I'll tell you. His skin turned green. That's important. Well, it didn't happen in surgery. Well, it went away by the time it got to surgery, so it was immaterial.
Okay, let's see. Take 1 for bold.
Sure.
And I'll spend 2 momentum for another die.
Yeah, does the... Well,
Yeah.
just about to say, does the Commander want to assist?
I mean, yeah, I said I was going to, so I'll still roll that. Team dynamics. Let's focus.
Sure.
Whoops. And I'm still a specialist here for a second.
You get demoted, apparently.
We gained 4.
Yeah.
All right. So you're able to determine, after talking with some people, some of the people on the ground, people closer to the action, who are able to tell you a bit more about what was happening, rather than what Station Command heard at the end of the rainbow. It's like, oh, sure, I'll tell. It's like, no. There's more details that you don't know. You're a station commander. You know command and how to give files from a medical perspective. Like, it's not helpful.
Yeah.
But
well, and there's going to be some things that are like, oh, we've noticed this trend, but it's not been enough for us to like definitively put it in a report. Like,
and interval is 1d12 months. 1 to 12 months.
okay.
So you can get sick, and then you even if you make the roll at some random point, you'll just get a little bit tired. And fatigue doesn't go away until the disease is cured. So your stress just automatically just goes down by 1. Max stress goes down by 1 and stays that way until the disease is dealt with. And it just gets worse and worse until it's eventually 0 out and you go into a coma. So very slow acting. They're not in imminent danger, but they will be inside of a couple of years. Like a large swath of their civilization will just go into comas. Super bad. So you are actually able to facsimilate a cure, or begin facsimilating one, but that is an extended task.
Oh, I can help with those.
No, you can't, 'cause I killed you with my threat. 7th threat. I throw them at you.
You can do that?
Oh, yeah,
Sure, it's
apparently.
called cheating.
Apparently I can help with that with mental imaging. If I'm involved in a time-pressured task that requires reason, we can reduce the momentum cost for time taken by 1.
Was it timed?
Well, most...
Okay, so I'll just lay out the whole thing because this stuff is not.
Have they had much in the way of casualties?
Not yet. Not yet.
but we know it's coming. Okay.
Yeah. Or if it was, they didn't know it. Like, actually, that's what hit the intervals. Like, yeah, this person just kind of went into a coma and stuff. You're like, can I see that data real quick? Yeah, they had the
Yeah.
flu this whole time. For a year? Yep. It can happen.
I mean,
They
yes,
just
but
uh so here's the issue you're looking at. It is a work 18 task, magnitude 3, resistance 4, difficulty 4. And this is on the interval that you are trying to get a facsimile to cure quickly. Each day that goes by, your people are at risk of getting exposed. So there is a time pressure, so that ability does kick in. You can keep checking as much as you want. You can sit here. Your mission could be for weeks if you want to, and just sit here and slowly work at the cure. But if you do that, your crew someone is bound to screw up. Someone is bound to get sick or do something dumb, or the vector will change. Who knows?
mm-hmm.
And in certain roles, depending on how the challenge die goes, and the longer you're here, you could abort the mission and say, this is a medical ship's problem, and walk away right here, right now. You figured out what you can, and you can make it a hospital ship's problem, or you can try to solve it yourself in a few days. Thing is, you are at risk of your crew is at risk of being exposed the longer they work with it.
We're not a hospital ship.
Yeah.
There's
We
only so
do
much you can
have
do.
areas provided to be quarantined, but yeah.
Actually, that quarantine can pull down the resistance or the difficulty.
Okay.
I mean, that resistance seems like a good thing to pull down.
Yeah, I agree.
Because for difficulty, there's going to be a fair amount of assists.
Actually, wait, hold on. If I assist with this, I give progression 1, which is piercing for sin tasks. So yeah, 3 should be able to be overcome here. Okay.
Yeah, I think we should spend to get the last member of the medical staff on board as well.
Yeah, especially with his pharmacology specialty.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we're trying to, invent a medicine or something. I mean, I guess it's up to the captain, but I personally think that
Actually, Doctor, I'll correct you. It is up to you. You're the chief medical officer. You take precedent. Because it's a medical issue, so it's your
I think this is more of a Romulan thing she might be coming it from.
Yeah.
That's true. In Romulan Star Empire, you'd be correct. You want to check with the captain and the Tal Shiar agent aboard about everything, but Starfleet puts that responsibility on the. Well, hey, maybe your chief of security could be Tal Shiar. Who knows?
Totally not. See the name.
He would say that.
I think
Not Tal Shiar?
Koval would know.
Well, he's not here. Why is the security guy's here? Go away.
Pretty sure she would have tossed him out of airlock a long time ago.
Smells like Gestapo shove. Oof. Too real?
Oof. So she would warn Pind of the dangers, but
I mean, do you believe you can do it within a reasonable amount of time?
What's the work 18? And is it like every interval?
Every time you roll, a day goes by, and
a day goes by, but we can potentially spend to knock that down, right?
No, not in this case. The medicine you have to sit there and wait for to see what it's going to do to them. Or rather, let me put it this way:
Hmm.
you can give yourself that ability. The complication jumps to 5 because
Okay.
you're basically you're making the virus extra strong and jabbing it into them and going, okay, let's see what happens. Like, oh, that will speed up research time. It's also very risky and very
Yeah,
reckless
no.
with human life, with sapient life.
I don't even think that doesn't even seem like something the Romulans would do.
Not unless they had a big T and S on their uniform, then no. Yes, they use
It
your letter
seems like
coding. What
something.
about it? Well, okay, Romulan letter T and Romulan to S, all right?
RTS, if you will.
Nah.
Nah.
Well, considering we've got a question about the roles coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I was to direct the first role, would I be able to use my medals to create extra momentum, considering it's me directing?
You're not performing the task though.
Right.
Is the big clutch part of it.
Yeah.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm just double checking on that mechanic anyway.
What is the role going to be?
It would be control plus security. No.
Okay.
Reason plus medicine
Okay.
is the base. I would say insight could be used here if you wanted if that's better somehow.
It is not.
Well, I think I'll direct you on the first one, but I won't be assisting with any others.
Okay.
Maybe and maybe give your determination to the doctor if you haven't.
I've already
your-
spent it to create the advantage.
Right.
I do have one.
Okay.
Because I got it back.
Oh right, yeah, you had that. I'm just thinking we might want the most determination possible, so you might want to use that in advance of the roll.
Yeah.
And then I can spend
Yeah, that was
to give it to you back if you don't get it with your veteran.
yeah.
Sound reasonable?
Yeah, I think so.
Because hopefully we can just like
I mean,
get a whole bunch of work in on this.
yeah. All things being equal, and if I can manage to not roll like myself, for once, this should be fully doable.
Oh, look at that! You just jinxed yourself.
Oh,
I should probably put
Let's
that in the
see.
thing, so
No, I have to admit that I'm bad at rolling. That's why I did it.
Oh,
No,
you
Is
should
it
get a
fine?
dice tower. I hear those
Yeah.
help.
well, you do have a lot of assists as well, so
Yeah. Let's see. Would disaster medicine apply?
No.
Emergency medicine?
I'd have to say no.
I
You
don't
need
think
you would
I
need
have
something
a
like
focus.
research or pharmacology or
Nope.
just immunology,
Nope.
chemistry. If I was being particularly open, or biology, but biology would be too broad.
Nope.
unfocused.
So that
Good
makes it
luck.
a little. Yeah, that makes it a little harder.
Yeah.
Bet you all were wishing this was scientific method all of a sudden. But no, this is actually an extended task modeled after what's in the player's book, actually, or GM
Yeah.
book rather. I was like, ooh, I like this for developing a cure. It's neat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spending towards the value of either the second directive or my job comes first.
A second directive for sure. 100% what
Okay.
you're doing.
Give you 1 for bold, and 2 more for an extra die.
or it would be 1 and 1 for an extra
Oh yeah,
die.
yeah.
And if you wanted another one after that, it's another 3.
Yep.
Yeah, we can do that. Still gets us 2 to quash if we need it. missing that medicine 5 of Afrix's.
Hey, at least the ship will assist with this, by the way, with computers medicine. I should note that, so I don't forget that
What does
later.
Why do I never write down my stuff? What does quick study do? Does anybody know?
You ignore difficulty increase due to unknown things or things that you are not familiar with, such as alien diseases or alien physiology.
Probably not.
I mean,
When
Kinda.
it involves an unfamiliar medical procedure, unfamiliar species.
kind of fits.
That would reduce one of the difficulty.
Oh, cool.
So I will spend 2 to bring it back to 4,
Okay.
due to the variety of species.
Made
Okay.
him burn.
Oh,
Yeah.
that hurt. That hurt to spend that. I needed that.
I mean, I'm a bold.
It's true. And you could whiff on this.
Which one are you talking about? Sorry, as far as talents go.
Quick study.
Oh, okay.
And it's like that would apply here. The part of the reason the difficulty's 4 is because of you're dealing with a species you never met before.
Because I was directing on the first one, I'm going to turn my direct into a crit.
Okay.
So we have 4.
Well, no, I spent my determination.
We have 6.
We have 6.
And then 3 threats. You can keep that still, if you'd like, for subsequent rolls.
I mean, Commander, you could totally just do it. It's your ability.
I know it's my ability. It just feels rude to do it without someone's permission.
Just do it.
Be an XO for once. No, sorry. Do what you like.
Should
Sorry,
I?
I was just.
Ooh.
Be assertive.
Yeah.
Be assertive.
No, I
Be
understand.
assertive.
It felt weird earlier to say I'm gonna spend threat and also just take momentum. It feels weird.
I'm trying to be polite here.
Yes.
Who does that?
Us.
Yeah.
Should I re-roll one of those?
I'd say probably. And
It was meant to be.
yeah,
We do have Raxia and Kobuk as well.
Yeah, so with Raxa, she has the surgery savant. When attempting a medical test or an extended task, gains the triumphant effect.
Does it say when she's assisting with one?
No, it just says attempting.
Yeah, attempting a task. She has to be the
Okay.
main roller.
Then focus in xenobiology.
As the assist, yes. As the main, I wouldn't have taken it.
Or medical journals.
Medical journals, easily. Yep. Easily. It's like maybe someone else in Starfleet's running into a similar disease, and I can give some
Who
input
wants to
there.
roll for Kobuk?
I vote Ven.
I was gonna say I can roll for him.
Yeah, and I think pharmacology is kind of perfect for a folk.
Besides,
Here.
represent the cadets.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I figure. Is I'll probably roll for the cadets whenever they come up.
When they
if
finally
they're
pull
on the
their
same
weight,
scene with you.
Reason medicine.
stop drinking all the apple juice.
Yeah, reason
And,
medicine.
Yeah, reason
Am I
medicine.
right? Reason
Yes.
medicine.
Yes.
Aw.
And
It's okay. Better luck to next time, Kobuk.
All right.
He's the one
How
who
much?
catches the disease.
No.
Aw.
6.
That was seriously, I was weighing that because I was like, there are like not technically Starfleet like
Like
people,
would-
like there are civilians and cadets on this ship, and that was my one like hang up on staying.
Just to say, is Thralic assisting on this?
Yes,
Like,
I
who
am
would be-
assisting.
Who would be the most painful to have catch the disease?
I would say we
Oh.
do have specifically set up quarantine facilities.
Yeah.
as part of the medical revamp on the.
Oh no!
Well, actually,
Um,
those medical quarantine things are why the resistance dropped, because it's a lot safer to work on this if you can if you don't have to worry about that as much.
yeah. We have the momentum, so yeah, I'll spend so you can keep determination.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. And
All right,
I
time
will
to give
be-
me your
So
medicine +2 in challenge
Oh.
dice. Oh, someone else is assisting. Sorry.
I don't think anyone would be assisting with
medicine
this bit.
+2, so that puts me at 6.
6 challenge dice with effects. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I assisted.
1,
Scrutinize
2,
2
3,
on those.
4. For work, resistance is ignored.
7 work.
1, 2, 3, 4. I thought you had
Scrutinize
the
2.
penetrating ability.
Coordinated efforts gives scrutinize 2 or progression 1. It doesn't say that I have to turn that in advance.
I'll take it as now, but for future ones, I will have to call it in advance.
Okay.
Just
No,
for a
I
balance.
think progression 1 is fine. Yeah, progression 1 is fine. Because I did mention it before.
Yeah.
So we need to spend at least 1 to hit 5, which is a magnitude.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so what magnitude difficulty goes down?
I could still assist with this. I'm rolling a 13. With reason.
Aw, Efrix is so proud of you.
I mean, most of it's from reason, but
I will say, Thorlick, you can declare it when you roll your assist die, or if you're the main roller, that's when you can call it. And it's like it's this or that. Basically, calling the coin while it's in the air is my rule of thumb. It's how it's applied to me. So
it doesn't actually function if I'm the primary roller.
Oh, it's an assist only thing. Duh.
Yep.
I should know that. I had that talent.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Because I was very.
Uh-oh.
Well, that didn't help. That tells me nothing. I actually have to roll the d6. Sorry. 4. Nothing happens on the first day.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
All right, second. Okay.
you say that, but we just learned that if you're infected, nothing happens for up to 12 days.
Yeah, but if you have the
This is
cure,
true.
you'll be fine anyway.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we make a cure before 12 days happens, but
Difficulty goes from it was 3. Your talent brings it down to 2, so I'm gonna buy it back up to 4 with threat.
okay.
Due to people being annoying and not terribly cooperative. And thankfully, it doesn't get any worse because of the combined public-facing efforts of Pend and Station Command. Talk to your doctor today. Don't worry, the aliens aren't here to oppress you. Ding.
Yeah.
Don't let the Romulan in front of
These
the camera.
aliens aren't.
Don't let the
Wrong
Romulan in here.
I know that was my
Does the
other
Romulan-
thought was like I have the paranoid focus and I was like, oh god, what if she's too paranoid to do this?
I'm not gonna get sick.
Joke's on you. It's not paranoia if it's really happening, which means I'm already sick. It's fine. Okay.
Oh no.
The 4 task. Spending my determination. My job comes first.
Yep.
Or the sorry.
Or the directive.
The directive. Yeah.
Yep.
Let me see.
if you want the next dice, maybe 1 and 1.
Nope.
We'll see how much we have after the end of the roll.
Yeah,
We
1
can
and
spend
1.
again.
1 and 1.
Yeah, we've still got quite a few assists to back you up.
Yeah.
Not if I kill them with Mirrorverse BS. I don't know.
Yeah, we've done that arc.
That's
We haven't
true.
done it for this ship. Technically,
Um,
you know.
Oh God, not
I don't
having
want
a
to see you
focus
mirror
makes me.
Achilles, though.
Oh, it'd be
makes
kind
me-
of fun because we'd get to have
Oh.
we'd get to have Mirror penned again.
Who do you think's captaining the ship?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
But mirror Romulans.
oh,
I don't think Mirapend is captaining the ship.
No.
That's who you want.
Yeah,
to.
he's in command of Narendra probably because Grennan isn't around anymore.
No, he
Just
isn't.
disappear. Oh, and
Yeah.
the others. So what you gonna
Yep.
do, Doctor? Oh, here it
Yee.
comes.
I did very definitely kill Pend. Not
So
Pend.
that's
Okay,
Grennan.
5.
so Raxa,
That sounds like mutiny to me. Watch out for Ryloff.
No, as in we were.
7. That's
harder
from
to kill
Raxa. Pen, can I just do Reason Command? Oh no, it'd be Presence Medicine, wouldn't it?
You what?
Good.
Sorry.
So it starts off as Reason Medicine?
Reason medicine's the main, yeah.
Yeah, could I switch it to Presence Medicine or Reason Command?
Presence medicine I take.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's one
Reason
better.
Reason command also works as well either way because it's as an assist. It's a way of trying to manage resources.
I'll
Yeah,
sure the
take
right
Reason
roll.
Command. That's 16 in total.
Because you're making sure that your medical staff, the medical staff and their auxiliaries aren't working themselves to death. Like, no, seriously, go rest. That's a captain's order. And if your doctor disagrees, that's a problem. 'Cause,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to be working your people to death.
Focus in either lead by example or composure.
What was the first one?
Lead by example.
I'll take composure over that. Oh no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Let me check your thing. This is you helping.
Yeah, I got like mental prowess, strategy and tactics.
Guitar. No.
Does he have guitar?
He
As a focus, yeah.
I'll take mental prowess, sure, as you're trying to work some
Oh,
high.
gotta have a
Pen
hobby.
sets up, does a performance for the.
I mean, if you want,
Guitar solo.
if you take guitar, I'll sing you a little ditty to keep everyone's mood up.
Like, are you actually gonna sing us a ditty?
I can come up with one within a couple of seconds if you want.
I'm good. I'll save that for the musical episode.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do not get to my
Achilles. And we need Ven to roll for cover. So it's 5, 7, 8, 9. Ven. I'll roll for cover then. That's 10. So we gain 6.
All right, Doctor. Oh, sorry. Before we call it, Thralic. Which is it?
Penetration 1 still, because there's
Okay.
3 resistance.
That's all. I'll just make sure I'm the one who calls it, because that way I don't forget either.
Do you want to spend the float on a reroll?
Yeah. How many am I able to reroll?
3.
I mean, you could reroll all of them. I just don't know if you want to. Oh, godness.
That's better.
Brings the work up to 11. Magnitude goes up to 2. Difficulty drops to 2. I roll 2 challenge dice.
Before you roll the challenge dice,
Mm-hmm.
we could spend 6 and 1.
Wouldn't there still be 1 magnitude, though?
No, filling the track hits the last magnitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll spend 6 and 1.
And since we hit that, then I'm not going to spend to give the doctor back determination.
So 6 and 1 to me, you say?
Yes.
All right. You are able to have the cure, but does something happen? So the roll still happens because
Okay.
you did the
Mhm.
roll.
Well, it's a case of
But-
just before the roll happens, we could fill it out.
Oh.
I did it again. 3
Nothing
and 3.
happens.
Nothing happens, despite the increased odds. Yeah, no, you have a cure. This should cure the disease. And actually the big question becomes not in the 3 magnitude. It's largely relearning an old cure for early replicator tech, because this sort of happened like 1 in a million. Someone would get sick because they ate a badly replicated bit of food. And then it's like, well, now we have to advance it like centuries into the future because we have different tech than we used to have back then. And now we have to so you have to get it up to your tech level so you can make it to test it. Then you have to unmake it back down to where they can make it. So you don't just sit there for the next 3 years handing this stuff out. Yeah, no,
And
you
we
have a
have
cure.
to accommodate
Wait.
for
Go ahead.
accommodate for different strains being possibly resistant and
Yeah, and also the variety of aliens that are like, oh, you're a Talaxian. 1, you're very far from home. 2, why'd you have to make my life difficult? Hilariously, the cure can be made with the replicators that caused it because it's not a
I
food safe
thought
thing.
it would be able to be done. Like,
I
Oh,
wondered
that's
about
some-
that.
Irony.
that's amazing.
They had the
Hey,
means to
here's
cure
the
themselves the entire time.
But
Oh, that's some Trek nonsense if I've ever seen it.
can we convince them that it's okay to use cures that
Newt-
are made from the things that made them sick? Because that seems like conspiracy theory ground. Like,
You're able to, since you kept good relations with the station commander. He just makes it he just advises the board. The board hems and haws over it. He presents your information as you, because these guys are actually, as low tech as they are actually very quick on the uptake. And so once they realize, oh, well, that's all we have to do. Yeah, sure. Hey, everyone else. Here's a good idea. Helps with the sickness. Oh, does it? Oh, okay. Let's do that. Oh, okay. Like there's no resistance once you explain to them what you're doing and why.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay, sure.
well, and that's
But the
one of the
space-
reasons why I wanted to reach out directly to their medical staff, because I figured that would be a good way to like gain some rapport as well.
Yep. But we return back to the bridge in a new scene. As the crew is able to assemble, having to go down to any one particular planet themselves, get into any shootouts. Well, they got into a shoving match with somebody.
Well,
Also, can you send the cure to the Klingons? You totally can, Doctor. I'm glad you remembered them.
Do we want to, though?
let this
would-
serve as a lesson to you. Don't go
I would
invading people.
I would prefer them not to spread it. I mean, we can't guarantee that they haven't already, but
So the Klingon solution might just
Well,
be
the-
put the infected in a room and shoot them.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll contain
That's
it.
definitely the Klingon method.
Bang, bang, bang. Consider it contained.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw it. We'll send them the cure. Which is basically, don't eat from Ferengi replicators.
We weren't anyway. Wait, what? Yeah, we didn't get sick at all. Oh. Well, continue doing that. Okay.
Just being safe.
Once it's become a sickness, then it's no longer eating from Ferengi replicators that's doing it, but yeah.
Yeah, we can just hand it to Moorcop and they can send it across to Subgita.
You are being hailed.
On screen?
On screen, aye, sir.
You see a variety of people sitting on a desk and a rather nice-looking gallery. You see a big emblem behind them that looks like some sort of farm implement cutting through what you presume is wheat or wheat-like substance.
Quadrilateral kaolin. Sorry.
No, not that one.
Captain Braglove Pend of the United Federation of Planets.
This
We
is he.
congratulate your ship in its efforts and recognize your contribution to our trade federation. Given your contributions of yourself, the risks taken by your crew, and the compassion that your federation has shown ours, we formally recognize the United Federation of Planets as a safe to trade with faction. And if you ever need any repairs or just need an extra bit of food, you can always come by for a bite. And they kind of nod at the main speaker.
Oh, thank you very much for the kind words and the offer. Hopefully, in the near future, we can send some diplomats and some people to yourselves, and hopefully we can have a more thorough discussion.
We shall see, Captain. Safe journeys.
And you.
And they fade from view. As the transmission came from Gok.
Oh, sweet.
You actually spoke to the senior leadership of the Star Cluster. It's like, yeah, we'll talk to them ourselves. We know they're spacers, but this deserves a personal touch. They did just save us from a virulent plague that was going to kill a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Can you put us through to the station, please, Lieutenant?
Aye, sir. And we've got that advantage already by for roll, so just on screen.
Station command here. Go ahead.
This is Captain Pendy of the Achilles. We just contacting you to inform you that current job here is over. We will be most likely leaving the system. We would just like to give you a heads up before we suddenly just disappear.
You are cleared of quarantine as we're lifting the since as far as your doctors told our doctors, your ship is fine. So I will trust that your doctor knows what they're doing. I will have to relieve you of your auxiliary status since there is no persistent security threat. But if you happen to come by again, I may need you again. But for now, let's leave. We'll take it as a case by case basis.
Understood. And thank you for being so accommodating. You could have made this a lot more difficult, and I'm very glad you were, well, helpful.
As one of the great Flupo friends said, it is a dumb man who refuses an open hand.
I think
it's a lot more rude than that, but I'll save you the actual.
I think most species has something along the same lines, but yes. Again, thank you, Station Commander, for at least being reasonable enough to allow us to assist you.
Safe journeys, Achilles.
You too. And I'll just signal for Lieutenant Ralph to cut comms.
Communications ended, Captain.
Well, ladies and gents, let's start heading back to Narendra and see where they want us to go from here.
Aye, sir. Setting course for Narendra Station. Set to normal cruise on your mark, sir.
Punch it.
And that is the end of the episode.